Gabuga.
So there will be some tapering down of all the effects that it has, I would assume. So you're going to have, although I do see a lot of times when guys go to cruise and they lower their doses, they tend to have an estrogen rebound. It's possible that you may need an aromatase inhibitor. Let's see here. Do you think Cialis is okay to use for blood pressure? I can sure tell the pumps from lifting. I mean, look, I currently taking lisinopril. So it depends on the root cause of what the high blood pressure is. Cialis is going to affect vasodilation, nitric oxide production, which is going to help with arterial health. But from what I've seen, that Cialis doesn't really have much of a dramatic effect on lowering blood pressure in our cohort. It's certainly not, if you can tolerate it, it is a thing that can be added. But the most common driver of high blood pressure with guys on PEDs, for the most part, is going to be water retention. And the problem and I hear guys like they want to use Cialis as a cure-all for blood pressure.
What up, Eric?
Cialis is not
Congratulations,
going
you are
to address
first.
water retention.
Going Anders, what's up?
In any way whatsoever. It doesn't address water retention. Central nervous system stimulation is probably the second most common reason why guys that are running high doses of androgens have high blood pressure. Cialis is not going to address that. There is some vasoconstriction from the central nervous system stimulation, so it may have a small effect there with how it causes vasodilation. But usually if you have a lot of CNS stimulation, you'll notice that the pulse increases and then blood pressure goes up accordingly. At that point, a beta blocker would be what would address that, or just lowering your androgen load. Same thing with water retention. I mentioned it earlier, an ARB or an ACE inhibitor would be the first line of defense. I mean, you can also address the underlying causes of why the water retention is high. It could be electrolyte imbalance.
Sengoku donated $2 based. Let me see. Oh yeah, I've seen it.
Why are you video
I fucking hate Instagram.
taping yourself eating a slice of pizza?
Why are you 32 years old working as a delivery driver?
Because I want to.
It's so good.
Because mommy and
7 out
daddy
of
don't
10.
pay for my life like you. And I had to climb my way up. I didn't get given a car. I didn't get given a phone.
He asked for it. That is pretty based, though. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Do consults with will tell you I'm pretty boring with the PEDs. I really don't do anything complicated. I just make sure guys are healthy, they're tolerating them well. We try to figure out what works well for them, and then really the rest of it's just getting the diet dialed in. I am running a trend ACE only cycle. Do I need the test? I mean, you're not going to have any DHT conversion or estrogen. I mean, you need some. I don't know. I've never run trend only. That sounds foolish to me, but I guess there's only one way to.
Thoughts on Hassan's supplements,
Vegan
Jack?
Gains, I hopped on gear, and I've been watching some of your content for a while to inform my choice. Great to see you back. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Welcome to the dark side, Vegan Gains. I'm glad we could tempt you over. All right, let's see what else we got here. Impaired test unduncunates.
All right, let me see. Sorry about that.
Thoughts on Hassan's supplements, Jack? Lol. Also, 12 hours of Hunter Avalone's failing marriage to fall asleep to.
What the fuck? Okay. Son Piker's supplement stack. Thank me later. One espresso shot pre-workout. We're already pretty gay. 4 creatine pills, so he's actually fucking retarded. Who the fuck takes creatine pills? Like, I don't even know of a good company that even sells creatine in a pill form. I remember way, way back in the day when I was in high school. So this would have been like almost 20 years ago. Muscle Tech had some fucking disgusting creatine pills that I was taking. They were probably underdosed and not very good. They tasted horrible, and you had to take like 8 at a time. Who the fuck? Why wouldn't you just take a powder? Fish oil. I don't eat seafood. Zinc. That's fine. Ashwagandha. I don't know if it works. I just take it. Minoxidil and finasteride. I'm technically on HRT, hormone replacement therapy. I have DHT blockers for hair loss. Oh, that explains it. So that's why he like lost a bit of weight and he looks a bit more like muscular and less flabby. So I don't know why he says I am technically on HRT. What does that even mean? So he's just taking testosterone. Finasteride is, I've looked into this. It doesn't seem to be that great for hair loss. I don't know if he's taking topical minoxidil. But whatever, I guess. Okay. He's a fucking idiot. Who the fuck gives a shit what supplements this idiot's taking? So this fucking loser is on testosterone and he still can barely make any fucking gains. Fucking hate Hassan, dude.
Well, it started
12 hours. That might have to be a stream for another time. But thanks for the donation, retard. I appreciate it.
Original. Okay. No, I didn't. I mean, I saw them when they came out initially. I'm that fucking old.
Can I ask a question, seeing as you are in the US or Canada? Well, I'm Canadian, and yes, you can ask a question despite my region of residence. Sup, bro? How are the macros of dieting right now? My macros are protein. Like, and I'm not even really joking.
I gave the boys some catnip and it didn't really affect them too much.
Oh. Oh my goodness.
This content's going to be any good. I just
Oh.
laid some catnip down for them.
Oh.
And this is what we have.
Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, look at those roly-polies. Oh my god, they're rolling around. Oh my god, roly-poly kitties. Oh my
Let me lay
goodness.
some more down. Okay, just a little bit more.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Oh my
I think they
goodness.
like it. Just two cats flip-flopping around on catnip, a little stoned.
Oh my goodness.
My cat.
That is amazing. I love kitties. Those are good cats. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
You seen Charlie Kirk get destroyed by a vegan yet?
Yes, that is very old news. We've already covered this. He basically... Well, it happened twice in a row. One vegan wrecked him, then another vegan wrecked him, and he basically couldn't make an argument, looked stupid. He, like, privated the video on his channel because he looked so bad. It was just a fucking train wreck. But yeah, we've already covered that. Thanks for the donation, VXG. Kid Boot on $82? Let me see. This is probably gonna be cringe as fuck.
Class people feel like everything is expensive because they pay for things with money they've exchanged their time for. So they feel like they're paying for everything with their life because they are. So let's say I've got some money. We're going to call this some money. I got some money. Okay. And I want to buy this car. And I've got some time. So what I do is I take some of my time and I trade my time to somebody for some money, and they give me the money. When I get the money, I don't have the time anymore because the time's gone, and I can't get it back. It's gone forever.
Yep.
What? Yeah, that already doesn't make any sense.
Right? So then I see this car, and I'm like, I got this money that I've changed my time for, and I'm going to take this money that I've changed my time for, I'm going to trade that in for this car. So now I don't have the time and I don't have the money anymore, but now I have the car. And now the car is becoming worth less over time. Right? So I've traded an invaluable asset or a limited asset and then traded the limited asset for a depreciating asset.
Well, that is quite stupid. Quite stupid indeed. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
What the hell, you said you would be ready to stream after you finished the workout and that it wouldn't take too long, and that was 2 whole hours ago.
Wait a second. I think I know who you are now. I had some things happening in the background that I had to take care of. Just some like stupid tax shit. So that's why I ended up being a little late. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I'm very unknowledgeable about this, so give me some grace. Are DHT blockers legit equivalent to taking test? Would this make him non-natty? Basically, is bro taking peds?
DHT blockers just lower DHT. Very rarely does reducing DHT ever affect testosterone. Aromatase inhibitors can raise testosterone, but you don't really want to do that. You're going to feel like shit and have really bad joints, horrible sleep. And you're going to grow less muscle and shit. Hassan is taking DHT blockers for hair loss, and he mentioned that he's on TRT. I don't know why he worded it really weird. He said I'm technically on HRT. So he's taking testosterone. If you're taking testosterone, you're going to produce more DHT. If you produce more DHT, you're probably going to be more prone to hair loss. So he's taking DHT blockers to avoid, hair loss. But he's not on PEDs because he's taking DHT blockers. He's on PEDs because he's taking PEDs. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Appreciate it.
Like, probably 8, 9 guitars, something like that. I got a bunch of guitars. Too many. I'm that old dude at Guitar Center. Bill Burr, on his latest comedy special, was making fun of the old guy buying guitars in Guitar Center. I do just go to Guitar Center and look around. I am that dude. Do you think doing a 24-hour fast 1 week for months will hurt or cause? I've done 24 hours fast for years. Didn't seem to hurt my size any. Josh Perry, what's more expensive, movie food or Saracen? Probably movie food. Let's see here. Man, persons my ears are shot from shooting in the Marine Corps and heavy metal concerts. VA got me for tinnitus. Yeah, I definitely have tinnitus.
Is it worth it to be a low testosterone bitch to keep your hair? I've thought about that for a while, and that was one of the reasons why I avoided, going on steroids, because I was a little worried about hair loss. I think having hair is overhyped. Like, especially if you don't have, like, beautiful hair to begin with. Like, I can understand if you're, like, Chinese or Indian or something, or, I don't know, you're Swedish and you're a dude with, like, beautiful locks, and, like, girls love it or something, and you get compliments on your hair all the time.
You're an expert on this because you're highly bald, but what do you think about Masteron for hair loss? Dr. Todd Lee says it's safer than test for hair. Fight him over it. Well, Todd had a hair transplant, so I don't know if his ethereal Masteron is accurate or not. Here's my thing on hair loss. It's largely genetic. If you're
I would
going to lose
agree.
your hair, you're going to fucking lose your hair. And in theory, all androgens can cause androgenic alopecia. And if we knew exactly how these mechanisms worked, we would cure baldness and somebody would be a fucking billionaire. So, I mean, maybe we're getting close, but and there's also other factors too, like how these things affect your estrogen, and there's a bunch of other things that can affect hair follicle health. But my anecdote, and look, I'm not a fucking scientist, so don't take my word on it. My anecdote is, if you're prone to hair loss, there is no hair save cycle. There are safer choices, but I mean, probably the safest thing would be a test in GH cycle with a 5-AR inhibitor would be my guess. Thing, or you could run a DECA only cycle, but then you won't get boners. So
Yeah, so like I was saying, unless you have, like, really beautiful hair to begin with and you've noticed girls complimenting you on it, if you go bald, nobody's gonna fucking care. And there's dudes like Tate. Like, I don't think Andrew Tate is the greatest looking guy, to begin with. I've asked girls, like, their opinion. They're usually giving him, like, a 7, 8 out of 10 on average. Like, he's bald. And even, like, when I do, like, I ask some girls about him with hair versus no hair, they don't really change their opinion. So, like, Andrew Tate never had great hair. It was kind of just there. He had hair. He's like a half black dude like me. So it's like, if you just have hair on your head, I wouldn't really freak out about going bald. Like, maybe if you have a really oddly shaped head and you need to cover up some, like, weird fucking shit going on up there, maybe that's another consideration. Like, if you, I don't know, like, I think my head is pretty okay shaped. So I wouldn't really worry about hair loss personally. Like, for most people, because again, like, most people aren't getting, like, amazing compliments about their hair, where it's like, oh my god, your hair is so pretty, what do you do for it? Like, most people just have hair. A lot of dudes also just appear more masculine and, like, tougher when they don't have any hair too, so that might actually work to your benefit. I think dudes kind of get caught up in, like, some beauty standards that don't exactly apply to men. Like, hair is really important for women, but not really for men. Like, women are attracted to, like, masculinity, not necessarily, like, pretty hair, that kind of crap. So if you just appear more masculine, you're probably going to be more attractive overall. And I mean, like, if you can get over some stupid shit, like, society having some stigma around baldness, you're better off. Like, look, if you're gonna be bigger, stronger, faster, feel better, have more energy, be more productive, like, just experience better sex, like everything is improved, but you're bald, like, are you really gonna let yourself lose out on all that because, you know, somebody's gonna make fun of you for being bald and it doesn't actually affect your life in any way and nobody actually thinks of you any differently? It's just some random idiot hater just making a stupid joke. So, you know, if you're gonna go bald, by the way, you're gonna go fucking bald. So steroids might make you go bald earlier, but it's literally just in your DNA whether you're gonna go bald. It's up to fate, really. So I thought about it a lot. I looked into it a lot, and I think I've gotten over it. I'm not really too concerned with baldness from PED use. I can just, you know, wear a bandana or something if I really wanted to cover my head if I'm worried about like the sun or it feels colder or something.
What's the deal with Sugar Boy ruining Stefania's pussy? Does that bother you that Sugar Boy is dating Stefania and ruined her vagina? Do you mind that her pussy is gaping and has Sugar Boy's cum in ITT? Are you jealous? He'll even get Jasmine in shape.
I'm pretty sure none of that happened. But thanks for the donation, 21st.
Oh okay, see, I thought Hassan was just retarded, and when he said he's technically on HRT that he meant the DHT blockers and or the finasteride, but it would make more sense if he was taking that to counteract test side effects.
Yeah, finasteride is not HRT. HRT stands for hormone replacement therapy. So for men, that would mean, you know, taking testosterone primarily. Maybe also growth hormone, and sometimes, I know DECA, for whatever reason, nandrolone decanate, is sometimes prescribed by these TRT clinics, for who the fuck knows why. So he's on testosterone for sure. I don't know if he's on growth hormone as well. He has a lot of money, so he could certainly afford it, even if he was getting it, you know, pharmaceutical growth hormone, not underground. So that's what HRT is. So yeah, he's saying he's taking finasteride so that he can avoid hair loss from testosterone or whatever other hormones he's taking. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. RFK Jr. mandates all Americans drink mysterious glowing liquid. That's good. Dude, what is wrong with this guy? Yeah, seriously. Look at his eyes darting around. What the fuck is going on? Bro, what the fuck? He is not normal. There's something wrong with that dude. What you do in this situation? Imagine a 12-hour flight like this.
Imagine being stuck on a 12-hour flight like this.
I would smack that fucking kid. Dude, I do not put up with that shit. You know what? There was a kid in my French class who did something similar. I think this was in like... This would have been, I think, 4th grade. For some reason, he had a problem with, like, You know how your shirt can like go up like this? And it's like kind of weird, so you just like adjust your shirt so that the collar is down. For whatever reason, he thought it was funny that I did that, so he'd keep like pulling my shirt back, and then I'd pull it down, then he'd pull my shirt back, and I told him, "What the fuck is your problem?" Oh shit, I didn't reset the donation counter. Fuck me. How much are we at? Son of a fuck. So, yeah, anyway, I choked him. Let's see. Whoa! Oh, no, I did reset it. Oh, somebody just donated a fuck ton of money. Okay, never mind. I'm a fucking retard. I was like, how are we at that much money now? Okay, I'll thank the guy when we get up there. Yeah, I just smacked that kid. Yeah, when I was in school, kids would do stupid shit like that to me. I just choke them.
In a day when I'm working from home. I'm actually not lying when I say I love making my quick recipes on busy days. I prepped my vegan Japanese egg salad the day before, so I just had 2 to 3 scoops on toasted sourdough and a drizzle of sriracha. It was so delicious I made myself another toast. For lunch I was craving noodles, so I made my viral chili peanut noodle recipe. For the sauce, just combine gochugaru and spring onions and pour hot sesame all over. Then add peanut butter, sauces, noodle water and mix that well. Toss in the noodles. I added some edamame for extra protein. This is always super delicious. This is a reason why this recipe went viral. For dinner I was craving something brothy and comforting, so I sauteed some aromatics, added different types of mushrooms. Here I used king oyster and shimeji mushrooms, silken tofu and noodles. I added in my frozen miso balls to make this miso noodle soup and topped with more chili oil and scallions. I love having bean curd rolls and soups.
That looks pretty good. What's going on here? Oh my goodness. What's all this running around? Huh? What's all this running around? Oh my goodness. Look, there's a Gum Gum. He's got zoomies and he's running around. How's my Gum Gum? Oh my god. He's gonna do some more running around. The UK expands police facial recognition rollout with 10 new live facial recognition vans deployed to 7 new regions. They use AI to scan the faces of people out in the streets. Yeah, this seems kind of Orwellian. You know, it's funny how, you know, like all these people from the UK will talk shit about the United States and say, "Oh, you have fucking guns all over the place. We ban guns and it's safe here. We ban guns and it's safe." And then you literally have the police installing cameras in your fucking toilet in your home, looking up your fucking asshole to make sure you don't have any, like, fucking pens shoved up there. Like, it's crazy. If it really is that safe in the fucking UK, why the fuck do you need this amount of insane mass surveillance? Clearly it's not safe. Like, it's so stupid. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
$123 people killed in Gaza in just one day. Fucking brutal. Also, why do you seem to dislike Muslims? I live in Toronto, and most Muslims here are pretty chill.
They are not. They are not pretty chill. I can tell you that much. Buddy, look at any of the Palestine protests that have happened in Toronto. This is being suppressed by the media, by the way. There are a fuck ton of Muslim hate churches in and around Toronto. There was one, they don't call them churches, they call them mosques. there was a mosque in downtown Toronto where the imam was calling for the death of all Christians, all Jews, all atheists, and instructing everyone to go out and murder in the name of jihad. And he was doing this on a regular fucking basis. The only reason people found out about it was because the mosque had their own YouTube channel where they would regularly record and upload their prayers. There was an ex-Muslim who lived in Toronto who saw this, and then he contacted the fucking news. Guess what? The guy was never, charged for hate speech. The police never bothered fucking prosecuting him, even though he was fucking telling everyone to murder Christians, Jews, and atheists, and like commit jihad. And there was a protest in front of that mosque, rightfully so. Half the people there were ex-Muslims. So it wasn't just a bunch of like white ethno-nationalists. Half the fucking people there were ex-Muslims. Well, guess what happened? The fucking Toronto Star came over there with their reporters. They only fucking photographed the white people at the protest. They didn't explain why they were even fucking protesting. And they said, oh, a bunch of crazy anti-Muslim Islamophobes protested in front of this mosque for no reason because they're xenophobic. The only media outlet that reported on it accurately was fucking The Sun, hilariously enough, and they actually said what fucking happened. There was also another incident in Toronto where a bunch of Muslim schools, Muslim private schools, were handing out textbooks telling all the fucking Muslim kids that the Holocaust never happened, Hitler wasn't that bad of a guy, and the Jews just made it up so that they could control the world. So the idea that Muslims in fucking Toronto are all cool, they're chill, they're not. There are a fuck ton of Muslim hate churches, Muslim hate groups. They're spreading anti-Semitic propaganda and Holocaust denial. And I have some weird stories of downtown Toronto. There was a guy I ran into who is a fan of my channel. I think right at Castle Frank Station. There's a mosque right near Castle Frank. That guy got into a little fight with some Muslim dude. He like almost ran into him with his bike because this idiot wasn't looking when he was crossing the road. This Muslim guy freaked out at him, and the dude shoved him away. Well, this Muslim dude ran inside the mosque at 3 in the fucking morning, and then 50 fucking Muslims come out and start chasing after this guy on the fucking bike. They're fucking crazy-ass weirdos. And by the way, at least 123 Palestinians killed as Israel army. Oh, that's a shame. They only killed 123? I was hoping for thousands. Fuck them. Like, I give two fucking shits. Thanks for the donation, AI.
Gary the Numbers Guy debates Rabbi Shmuley on Tyson Hockley's channel. Might be minty.
Oh. Oh boy. I can't make any guarantees that we'll watch this tonight because of how long it is, but yeah, this is probably going to be retarded. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Agreed VG. Why do so many men worry about baldness VG? It's totally natural. Hell, some of our primate cousins like chimps lose hair as they grow older just like humans, so what's the deal?
Just get over it, man. You know, at the end of the day, if you go bald, guess what? You're also gonna die. Everyone around you is gonna die. Everyone you've ever known is gonna die. We're all dead. No one is gonna care about anything you did, what you looked like, whether you're bald or not. It all ends at the end of the day. We're all doomed. So if you're going to like have baldness scare you from doing things that you actually want to do and just, you know, get what you want out of life, then like just ask yourself, like, what are you fucking doing? Again, strength is the ruling force in the universe, and I think it's just best to be aligned with that force. And if you're letting some like weird cultural or societal standard get in your fucking way of just achieving whatever you want to achieve, well, then you're weak and people are just going to control you, and whatever forces that are affecting you are just going to control you. So just go fucking bald if that is your fate, you know? Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Women are attracted to confidence. Absolutely nothing else matters. All scientists agree. You can be the grossest, most disgusting scumbag, but be confident and get girls. Also, VG, are you officially not natty?
Well, thanks for the huge donation, Jason. I really appreciate that. Well, I would say women are attracted to masculinity, and it is a masculine trait to be confident. So that is a very prominent masculine trait. Like, men just tend to be less neurotic, more aggressive, assertive. Like, that all involves confidence. So I mean, if you stink, if you're ugly, if you don't take care of yourself, if you're broke, fat, like, you can have all the confidence in the world, and like maybe it will, you know, do some work for you, but like you're not gonna get very far if you're ugly, broke, fat, you know, stinky idiot. So confidence only goes so far, but women are attracted to masculinity, is what I'd say. And confidence is an aspect of masculinity. And yes, I am officially not natty as of August 1st. So it has been 13 days total that I have not been natty. And I'd say so far it's going pretty well. I actually just took a photo of myself after a workout I did. I was gonna post it to, I was gonna make a YouTube post because I literally just uploaded a photo that's similar a few days ago. I don't want to like spam the same kind of thing. But I would say it's going pretty well so far. Biggest differences I've noticed is that, one, my nipples are constantly erect, which is kind of cool. Two, I am stronger, and it's not just strength, it's also power production. So not only are you able to lift more weight, but the weight you lift just moves faster. So it's like improving nervous system efficiency and shit. Sex drive is way up. That is very noticeable. My cardio has improved substantially. I didn't realize this, but testosterone fucking helps a lot for cardiovascular endurance. I can guarantee you there's endurance athletes that are fucking taking testosterone, because that effect was pretty much immediately fucking noticeable. Also, I'm dieting right now, and despite dieting, again, I'm still able to build strength. The way you feel, like, no matter what happens, if you like don't sleep enough, if you're not eating enough, you still feel like fucking strong. Like you feel this like strength in your muscles, like you're bulked up even when you're dieting. And like mental health, I just feel happier, more focused, just better, like just more cheery, better mood, better energy, better focus, just everything. So I feel great taking testosterone. I'm also on growth hormone too. Growth hormone really helps with sleep massively. It just has a really nice relaxing calming effect, and it makes you a little drowsy before you go to sleep, and it feels like the sleep quality I'm getting is better too on growth hormone. So yeah, if you want nice, hard, erect nipples like this, you know, you might want to get on the sauce, because testosterone sure as hell ain't gonna do that for you. Thanks for the donation, though, Jason Casper. Really appreciate it. Retard donated $2. Is this some shit you already covered?
She never really is like.
Yes, we already watched this. Wes Watson is a highly emotional man who clearly has unresolved psychological problems. This dude is terrible with women. Terrible. For a guy his age to be, like, talking to his girlfriends and shit like you would to a therapist, it's really stupid. The only reason these chicks hang around him is because they think they can get, like, money out of him. Otherwise, if this guy was broke, no women would be around him. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Els donated $2. Do you plan on getting to a 500 or 600-pound bench press 1RM now that you're juicing? Will you enter a powerlifting competition? I will have to see. So, it's something that I'd kind of like to do. The issue is I don't know if it's safe. So that's one of the reasons why I'm on growth hormone. I've had tendon problems for a while, particularly in my pectoral tendons after, getting really strong for that 410 bench. And I've also had tendon problems around my groin area. So in my adductors, I completely tore the adductor longus. And I think I have some tendinopathy in there. And I had a bit of a tendon issue around my elbow, forearm area. After being on growth hormone and test for 2 weeks, this is almost totally healed. My pectoral tendons already feel a lot better. But it really depends, because I could certainly get strong enough to bench 500. I've done 410 naturally. The only reason I didn't even bench more than that, I could have easily gotten to like 420, 425. The only reason I didn't do more is because of the tendon problems. So if the growth hormone and shit I'm on will help my tendon strength to withstand that kind of load, then yeah, it's on the table. If not, then I'm not going to risk a tendon rupture. So it entirely depends what I can get out of the growth hormone and other drugs I'm taking. Because even naturally, I do think I could bench 500. Like, in theory. The only roadblock would be tendon injuries. So I could certainly bench 500 on gear. It's just I don't know if it's safe. So if it's safe, I'll do it. And again, if it's safe and I can grow enough from the gear safely, then I'll go for 600. Otherwise, I'm just going to leave it with what it is. I don't want to get a tendon rupture. They're pretty horrific. And I'm probably not going to do powerlifting competitions. I don't think it's, especially with my left knee, I don't think it's a great idea. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Orwellian, huh? You're gonna love this.
Female UK police officers are going undercover by dressing in tight clothes to elicit catcalls from men so they can arrest them. You can't talk to girls anymore and compliment them? So if I see a girl who's fit, in shape, wearing nice clothes, and I say, "Oh, wow, you're really beautiful and great shape. Like, how's your run going?" I could get arrested. Wow. Why the fuck would you live in this country? Dude. Surrey Police Department is proud to announce that multiple men have been arrested for harassment. Dude, I want to see these body cams. Knowing the UK, they've tried to arrest children for calling female police officers lesbian. I've seen it on camera. There was an autistic child who called a female police officer a lesbian because the female police officer reminded him of his aunt, who is a lesbian. And because this is an autistic child, he just said something that's kind of weird. They were trying to arrest a child for this. So knowing the UK, again, there's probably like men who would do something like me, who it's like, oh wow, you're really beautiful, or wow, you're in great shape. Like, how's your run going? Oh, put your hands behind your back. Like, one of our officers was honked at within 10 minutes. I've honked at girls who are jogging. Are you kidding me? Then another vehicle slowed down, beeping and making gestures just 30 seconds later. That's how frequent it is, said Certified Dork and Inspector John Vale. We get catcalled, we get honked at. Yes, how horrible to get attention for being beautiful. I know, it's so hard. Dude, if you want to, like, you know what's fucking hilarious? I know, like, this doesn't happen to everybody, because, like, most dudes aren't as, like, beautiful and amazing as me. But I can tell you, as one of the, if not the most beautiful, handsome, amazing man in the world, women literally, like, just cannot keep their hands off me sometimes. I'm not kidding. I run into girls that I talk to for like 2 minutes, and then they end up touching me. I was at a veg fest, and some girl like said, "Whoa, your pecs are like so muscular," and she literally grabbed my pecs, like grabbed my chest. I've had girls who just like again walked up, complimented me on how I looked, and like just had to like brush my body. That's even happened at the gym with some female trainers. They just do it. Oh, geez, I guess I should call the police. Like, who fucking cares if somebody honks at you? People slow down just to stare or lean out the window to shout something. It's so common, but it's harassment, needs to be recognized as such. Okay, well, you know, that's...
For people to recognise
Jeez.
that it's not right, it's not just a small act, it's a thing that can make someone feel really quite uncomfortable. So I think it's important, sorry, police are taking it so serious. It's one of our force priorities, and for me that makes me feel proud and empowered.
Sorry, as part of a new operation.
Just to look at us and it...
Those kind of behaviours may not be...
The staring, the hanging out of the window just to look at us, and it just...
They're arresting people for looking at them? If you see a pretty girl and you look at them, they could arrest you? Like, what is this? What the fuck is the UK? You'll be arrested for looking at a girl. What? Like, by the way, there are Muslim fucking rape gangs going around fucking underage children, and they sweep it under the rug and they do nothing. But they'll arrest men for looking at a fucking girl jogging? What? Buddy, I can guarantee you, none of the fucking dudes that are getting arrested are Muslim or brown-skinned. This is all white dudes they're going after. Guaranteed.
The window just to look at us, and it's so prevalent.
And police teams are ready to intervene the moment the officers are beeped at, followed, or shouted at, pulling people over.
Those kind of behaviours may not be criminal offences in themselves, but they still need to be addressed.
This is insane. Like, by the way, there's tasteful ways to like honk at a girl who's jogging, and really all this comes down to is whether or not they find you attractive. If Brad Pitt or Henry Cavill were to be like driving down the road in their fucking Lamborghini and honked at a girl who's jogging, do you think any of these women would have a fucking problem with that? No. Oh, an ugly guy honked at me. An ugly guy looked at me. Oh, he's not allowed to do that. But when a handsome guy with money does it, oh, he's kind of cute. He gave me some attention. Like, bro, give me a fucking break. Like, back when I lived in Guelph, there were some there was a college nearby, and sometimes I would drive past some girls who were like on a college track team riding down the road. And I would usually be in my sidecar, the Ural, and I just honk at them and say, "Hey, looking good," and then they'd wave at me and smile back. Like, big fucking deal, you know? It's just... Wow. Get out of the UK while you still can, dude. You might look at a girl who's jogging and then be given a life sentence, apparently. Not worth it. Just leave the fucking country, dude. That's insane. Like that is incomprehensible, even for the UK. What the fuck? Dodo donated $2, let me see.
Both Japan and Russia have British ships. Russia also has French ships. So if they're able to procure the most advanced weaponry from the West, does it matter what their level of technological development is?
Yeah, you have to learn how to use it, right? The Russians had this fancy fleet that their aristocrats wanted to buy, so they're good at cutting checks, but they aren't doing any training on it. If you do numbers of days, like days at sea for the Russians, it's laughable. Whereas the Japanese are constantly deploying their forces, and they're learning, doing all kinds of practice and things. So you can imagine if you don't do any practice, it's not going to go very well for you. The counter argument to this technology is if the value of the object is high, it may not matter on the technology. What is the relative value of whatever you think win is? It's a lot higher for Japanese who are looking at China and thinking that's going to be their fate than for Russia, which is, who even cares? There's nothing this part of the world actually offers Russia other than more lines on a map that looks...
Technological advances, depending on the situation, like, may not really mean anything. Like, look what happened in Vietnam. Americans at the time, they were the only country that had jet airplanes, and they were also the only country that I think Israel might have had jets, but they were pretty much the only country that had jet airplanes. And they're also the only country that had homing missiles. That was a huge, huge advancement. So they had heat-seeking missiles. And they're fighting the Viet Cong, who literally just had AK-47s, but the Viet Cong, they made underground tunnel networks so that any bombings the U.S. did, it wouldn't really affect them. And they would use ambush tactics, and even though their attritional losses were super high, the U.S. did technically still lose Vietnam from like a military objective standpoint. So technology doesn't necessarily give you an advantage.
With the support of the new federal agencies who have been surging on the streets of the District of Columbia, are going to enforce the laws that are already on the books here in Washington, D.C. For far too...
Will Frank Tufano become a woman? Well, I mean, at this point, he might as well transmax.
Too long, these laws have been completely ignored, and the homelessness problem has ravaged the city. So DC Code 22-1307 and DC Municipal Regulation 24-100 give the Metropolitan Police Department the authority to take action when it comes to homeless encampments. So homeless individuals will be given the option to leave their encampment, to be taken to a homeless shelter, to be offered addiction or mental health services, and if they refuse, they will be susceptible to fines or to jail time. Again, these are
Knowing the Trump administration, this is probably insanely stupid. So there's already laws on the books about encampments. So, like, this is not technically anything unique. You can't just make an encampment at, like, a public park or something. So municipalities already do this. Sometimes they don't really enforce these laws if there's a high amount of homelessness and there isn't enough shelters, and especially during winter, they usually let things go because they don't want a bunch of homeless people to die. Because if you make them take down their tent and get rid of their sleeping bag and all this shit, like, they're literally just going to die out on the street if there's not any shelters. But considering this is a Trump administration, I don't know what they mean by encampment, because this literally sounds like if a homeless person is, like, sleeping on a fucking park bench or something, they can just lock them up. Or if they just have a sleeping bag and they're, like, in a back alley. That's a little weird. So, I don't know. It entirely depends on what they mean by any of this. Major medical journal is rejecting a call from HHS Secretary Kennedy to retract the major Danish study of 1.2 million kids that found no harm from aluminum in vaccines. Dude, the aluminum in vaccine things, it is so outrageously stupid. Vaccines are injected intramuscularly, and the small amount of aluminum that ends up in your body, it just stays in the muscle tissue. It doesn't, like, go through the blood-brain barrier and, like, actually do anything. It doesn't even go to any other, like, tissues. So there's no reason mechanistically to even suspect aluminum would cause any harm, and, like, yeah, what a surprise, it doesn't actually cause any harm. YouTuber has built an aimbot that makes his arms and fingers move through electrical shocks. Basically, Homeless has insisted it's not cheating because it's my muscles.
Triggerbot. Okay, I will not. Okay. I found the specific muscle that flexes my trigger finger.
I did not choose to press my trigger finger there. It did it for me.
And then when the crosshair in-game goes over an enemy's head, it should click my finger for me.
Oh, baby. It's gonna work.
It should shock my finger. I've found out you need to kind of leave it limp. That way your own muscles don't resist. You need to... Oh! Scoped weapons with neuromuscular trigger bot. Okay, let's see. Someone's gonna swing the corner, and I'm gonna get shocked.
I don't think anybody else is doing this, but that's pretty hilarious. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You please play Battletoads later. I'm thoroughly enjoying it, to be honest. You're a shit gamer, love seeing you cry. Faggot nig.
We will probably play Battletoads later, so don't worry. My goodness. Dude, why are pandas so fucking silly? Oh my god. They are so silly. They roll everywhere. Oh, Jesus. They are the fucking silliest animal. I don't think I could think of any animal that's sillier than a panda. Jesus. Oh my god. I think I might love pandas. I think I might want to hug them. Pandas are pretty fucking awesome.
This guy in Russia has a massive pet bear, and what makes this...
What?
This guy in Russia has a massive pet bear, and what makes this even crazier is that he taught him how to play the harmonica.
Oh my god, that bear can do music.
More like.
Wow, that's amazing. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Heil Hitler, fuck Nigs. Appreciate it. That's his name, by the way.
Have thought it?
Not my political opinion. Let me see. Mehdi Hassan on non-Muslims living like animals. Yep. We'll watch that in a second. I've seen some of these clips on Twitter. Mehdi Hassan's a fucking psychotic piece of shit. Most people don't know this about Mehdi Hassan. Like, he's a real Islamic extremist. So, you know, like the dudes in Afghanistan that you see saying, rape women? What is that? You can't rape women because you can just have sex with women and they need to do what you tell them to do. There's no such thing as rape. Like, he's literally one of those. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Men focus on shit they can't control when confidence and charisma are above all. Bunch of pussies focusing on the frosting on the cake instead of what matters. Women don't care about looks nearly as much as men do. Muscles, baldness, height all secondary.
Women care about height. It's just that other qualities definitely can overcome those, like, physical shortcomings. So, yeah, women do care about, you know, the way you carry yourself and personality and stuff more, but women care. They definitely care. I wouldn't diminish the importance of things like height, muscle mass, just looking physically strong. Thanks for the donation, though, Loverboy. Kid Boo, $22. How you like Vinland Saga but hate Berserk? That's the other way around. I love Berserk, hate Vinland Saga. Everyone acts like a whiny baby in Vinland Saga, and the artwork is not that great in the manga, and the animation in the anime is just horrendous. Like, that is... If we're talking about real animes, not, you know, weird garbage from, like, the 80s or 90s from, like, really small studios who didn't have an animation budget, but, like, real animes... Vinland Saga has some of the worst animation I've ever fucking seen. So, yeah, I do not like Vinland Saga. It sucks. I don't know how anybody likes it. It is in... People have told me, oh, it's so much like Berserk. It is nothing like Berserk in any way. Story beats are totally different. Characters are totally fucking different. Boring... Bad, like, just bad visual quality in both the manga and the anime. The anime just also has bad animation. Like, just outside of the artwork. People just don't move right, and every time somebody, like, swings a sword, it looks like it's animated by somebody who just doesn't know what swinging a sword looks like. It's just bad. I don't know how anybody likes Vinland Saga. But Berserk is fucking awesome. Berserk kicks fucking ass, dude. I think that should be required reading for, like, everybody. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Also, you can be bald and still get girls. If women are turned on by fatupses serial killers, then why not bald manly men? So again, what's the big deal with being bald?
Yeah, I mean, if women don't find you attractive for being bald, you could just become a serial killer, and then, you know, you'll get tons of love letters in prison. And most prisons do have conjugal visits, so if you're fat and bald, just become a serial killer, and then you'll get tons of bitches. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. E donated $2. Are they cheating? Let me see. I've seen this. A lot of these kills are sus, but the most sus one was when he shot at somebody who was like a pretty far distance away. He had to have been like 50 yards away, and he shot at him when he was behind a huge rock. I think this guy's botting. So some of these...
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Some of these kills are believable, but I think it was this one. Shoots at this guy. And then, notice how he shot at this rock. And then there's the guy. And it's this laser-like snap onto the target. That's indicative of an aimbot. When somebody's actually aiming, like you can see the mouse cursor, if I have to aim, there's usually like something like this that happens where, you know, your movement isn't perfect, so you'll snap, but you're going to make like some kind of fine adjustment at the very end, so you'll snap like that. He's snapping like... It's like perfectly straight, and the mouse cursor just stops dead right on the target. So, like, I'm pretty good at shooters. I might even be able to be competitive, like, professionally. Like, I'm not saying I'm the best player, but I've got over 2.0 KD in Call of Duty. Pretty good. And, like, yeah, that looks like botting, especially considering, like, he couldn't even see the guy. So, aims at this dude, instant fucking snap, with absolutely no fine movement, and he's aiming right at a guy he can't even see who's behind a fucking rock. So, how did that happen? So, yeah, I think this guy is botting, like, he has some sort of bot. It's weird. So, that is way, way too sus. I would say in all likelihood, yeah, the guy's cheating. Cat girl caught cheating in Battlefield. Is that actually a girl? Or is it a trans or something? That's a dude, right?
Until proven innocent.
So, anyone claiming it's 100% legit is being unrealistic. You don't know what's on his PC.
That was another one. So this was another one that was very suspicious. He is using a mouse and keyboard, correct? So I could believe this if this was like on console and there was aim assist. But again, perfect tracking of that object.
Know what's on his PC.
No movement whatsoever. Like no fine movement, no variation.
It's being unrealistic.
Perfect tracking on that object.
You don't know what's on his
really, really weird and sus.
PC. What software? Where he's running, or whether he's using even minor aim assist tools. Micro adjustments alone can make a huge difference in accuracy.
Yeah, so that's... I think he's flat out botting. He probably... It wouldn't surprise me if he has an aim assist tool, because some of the transitions he's making between shots seem a little sus, like especially the tracking. Just the way he tracks moving objects. Again, there's like no fine adjustment, and it seems artificial. But that one clip where he just snapped to a target that was directly behind him, it was like almost a perfect 180, and the guy was behind a rock and he couldn't even see it, and he aimed perfectly. There's just no chance. So this guy may also be using an aim assist tool, but guaranteed he's using an aimbot.
Without being a full-blown aimbot. Many manufacturers even allow you to load scripts directly into your mouse to mimic aim assist.
Yeah, they also have that for controllers too. So yeah, that guy's cheating. he's an idiot. That dude is such a fucking moron. Anybody who's an experienced player can tell immediately, and whatever kind of aim assist tool he's using, it's extremely aggressive. Well, like, so aggressive. It makes it so fucking obvious. So that dude is a fucking idiot. He's not good at the game. Like, he's so bad at the game, he can't even tell that it's obvious he's cheating. Because if somebody's actually good at the game, like pretty decent, they would be able to know if they're looking at themselves playing, it's obvious that they're cheating. But he's such a bad player, he can't even tell that other people can tell he's fucking cheating. Thanks for the donation, though, E.
Thoughts on Michaela Peterson, Jordan Writer Peterson, Jordanian writer and Jordanian right or left?
Yeah, that was clever. I'll give you that. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Hey Richard, I wanted to know if you have advice for dealing with anhedonia. Everything feels boring and pointless to me. Not hobbies, not gaming, not work, nothing interests me anymore.
You know what? I've developed a different opinion on this over the years. I think the first thing you should do, if you're a male in particular, is get your hormones tested if you're experiencing depressive symptoms, especially when they're really severe, like ahedonia. That may actually have something to do with testosterone and some of the DHT and estrogen that's produced by testosterone. A lot of male depression, I think, is actually tied to testosterone. And even if you're technically in the normal range, that may not be the range that is ideal for you. So get your testosterone tested first. That really should just be on your blood work, because, like, just normally, because, like, dude, after being on testosterone, I already had good mental health, but I am so much, like, more vibrant and energetic and just feel fucking better. So I might have had, some of the problems that I had before may have actually been related to not having testosterone that was high enough, even though it was in the normal range. So get that tested. If it does happen to be low or below the normal range, that might be like a dead indicator. Like, okay, you actually need to be on testosterone replacement, and that's why you're feeling that way. If it's in the normal range, then it might be a who knows sort of thing. But get that tested. I think there's a lot of fucking dudes who are suffering from depression just because their testosterone isn't high enough. I think that's a huge, huge cause for depression at this point. Like, especially now having the experience of being on testosterone. The difference in literally only a few days, I noticed it in a few days. My mood, energy, like, everything just came back. And I think everybody on stream can tell. Like, there's a fucking difference with the way I'm acting. Like, it's not just in my head. So get that checked out. I've had ahedonia for very prolonged periods of time. I think the longest period of time it lasted for me, was 3 months. There's a few things that probably will help. Even if you don't enjoy certain things and you can't get enjoyment out of them, I think you do need to just fucking move and do something. Because, like, when you look at it, you could either be miserable and be in bed, or you could be miserable and be doing something that is even remotely productive. Get up and exercise. It doesn't have to be crazy, intense workout routines. Just go out and ride a bike. Just go out and rollerblade. Like, just do it. You don't even have to go to the gym. Just get outside, move around. Look at the birds and shit. I did notice that, like, when I was experiencing depression, that did end up helping pretty substantially. So you just have to fucking move. You have to do things that aren't tied to how you feel. So a lot of people make decisions based on how they feel. If they get up and they feel energetic and they feel great, they just get out and move and do stuff and be productive. But if you're feeling shitty and you feel like you can't enjoy anything and your actions are tied to your emotions, so you feel like crap, I'm not going to get out of bed. I'm just going to vegetate and rot in bed and not do anything. You can't expect to feel any better doing that. So you end up going into this constant cycle of I feel like shit, I feel like shit, I feel like shit, and you're doing things that make your life shit where you're doing nothing. Like, how are you going to enjoy anything and like get out of it if you're not doing anything to, get past it? So force yourself to move. It's hard. It feels like you're just walking through quicksand. You really have to fucking force yourself to do it. But I think just moving is hugely helpful. And I think it also really helps to gamify things. I think for men in particular, I think this, no matter what gender you are, but I think for men in particular, depression is largely tied to feelings of weakness and inability to change things, and you feel like life is controlling you and you're not controlling life. So you kind of have to train your mind into believing in your own strength and power. And one really effective, easy way to do that is to just set very basic goals for yourself to prove to yourself you have control over your life. So literally write down on a piece of paper, very simple goals. I'm not going to stay in bed all morning. I'm going to go out and ride my bike for like 15 minutes when I wake up. Rather than doom scrolling on Instagram for like an hour or two, I'm going to read something like Berserk or some manga that like a lot of people recommend. Rather than eating a bunch of junk food, I'm going to make sure that I at least eat healthy food and, make sure I eat like some sweet potatoes, broccoli, tofu, and like just not eat ice cream today. Just set some very basic productive goals and gamify it. And when you actually find that you can meet these goals and do things and like kind of challenge yourself, you end up realizing I'm not just stuck in this place where I just feel miserable and it's all in my head. Like my mind is tricking me into thinking that I'm miserable and I can't move and I can't get up and I can't change anything. When you just set those goals and you actually do them, you train your brain into realizing that I'm not stuck in bed. I'm not stuck in this miserable place. I can actually do things that are productive and good for me and actually make my life better. So I would say just do those two things. At the very fucking least, just force yourself to get up and go outside and like just get some basic exercise. Doesn't have to be super hard. You don't have to pedal hard. You don't have to build up a sweat. Just go out, ride a bike, rollerblade, even just walk around a little bit for like at least 15 minutes. So that's a good start, but like set goals for yourself, train your mind that you have the power to, you just have the power to actually affect your life and change things around you and change yourself. And these depressive feelings that you're feeling, it's all in your head and it's all your mind playing tricks on you. Life isn't forcing you to, feel this way or just stay in bed. It's your mind playing tricks on you, and you can actually get out of it and, start actually doing shit and feeling better again. But I would say, like, get the blood test and, go from there and just, do the things that I recommend. But I hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, Greek Uber driver.
So if masculinity is so bad like the feminists say, then why are so many women attracted to it?
Women have what I call female psychosis. they complain about things that they're attracted to. So men even do this too. Like you see Fresh and Fit do this all the time. They complain about these like empty-headed, vapid, money-hungry e-girls, but then those are the girls they're attracted to. So I think women are particularly bad with this, though. They'll complain about men not listening to their feelings and, you know, using them for sex and like all this other shit, but those are the dudes they date. So it's just what women do. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Isn't it creepy and weird that little girls like baby dolls at all? It's fucking creepy and gross and weird. Girl toys are dumb. But based watch. Ruin everything.
To be fair, that is a hideous, hideous doll. Has nothing to do with it being black. That is just a creepy, weird, hideous fucking doll. Like, that doll just looks less creepy. You know, I think there's also another aspect to this too. It's very hard to match black skin tones. This has been an issue in comic books for a while. Because of like the printing process and the paper they're using, comic book artists have had a really hard time actually drawing black people. And when you're making action figures too, for whatever reason, like the darker skin tones, it looks more uncanny and weird versus lighter skin tones. So like, but that is a weird ass fucking doll. I wouldn't blame that fucking kid for not wanting the black doll. Yeah, the eyes look like a crackhead or something. They ruin everything. Let me see. What's the problem exactly? There's black people on a cruise ship? Is that what people are complaining about? They don't seem to be causing any problems. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
The UK is a faggot society.
It is. People in the UK and most of Europe don't even realize just how gay they are. So yeah, it is a gay-ass society, and they don't even realize just how gay it is. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga. Vegan Balls donated $2 was Vegeta, and the right here, lol, I know you'd probably have done the same.
So now I've told you the whole truth about your home planet, and since I've lived up to my end of the bargain, I'll be on my way.
But you can't go. Not now.
Why not?
Because I also have something which I need to tell you about. I lied when I said you could go. At least partially lied. For I will let you go to another dimension.
It's really weird. In the Japanese version, Frieza just said he'd kill people, but then because it had to be localized to the United States and they had like weird broadcasting standards, they had to do a bunch of weird changes to the dialogue. So rather than like a character threatening to kill somebody else, they'd say, "I'm going to send you to the next dimension." Also, when Goku was in hell, they couldn't call it hell. They called it Home for Infinite Losers. And they changed the L to like an I or something, or they removed one of the L's. So it was like HEL or something, or HIL. They did weird fucking stupid changes, and yeah, the Ocean dub was just horrendous.
Oh my, where were my manners? I completely forgot to say goodbye.
Well, yeah, I would have killed the fucking Frieza minion. He was absolutely right to do that. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Balls.
What the UK is doing is the textbook definition of fascism.
The UK has, like, literally gay fascism. It's like if society was run by, like, gay, like, feminized bitch, like, dudes, like, that's the version of fascism that's in the UK. Like, it's weird. It's, like, when you look at the Nazis and Hitler, they had, like, physical fitness standards, particularly for the SS, and they were promoting masculinity and stuff. I know Hitler... Who was Hitler's favorite sculpture? Joseph Thorak. Hitler's favorite sculpture was Joseph Thorak, and he's really well known for sculpting these, like, tall, masculine, strong male figures. The Nazis were kind of enamored with, Nietzsche's idea of, like, Übermensch, like, the strong, are what, like, society is controlled by the strong, that sort of shit. This was one of Hitler's favorite sculptors. So they were, like, idolizing these, like, big, strong, masculine figures, especially for the SS. They had really rigorous physical fitness standards. They primarily, like, only chose people who were, like, over 6 feet tall, really broad-shouldered, were very physically imposing. And then the UK, like, their version of fascism is everyone has to act like this fucking femboy, like, castrated dipshit who, like, can't say anything offensive. You can't even look at women, apparently, who are jogging out in the street. So it's, like, literally fascism, but even, like, gayer. That's the UK's version of fascism. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Fight donated $2. What do you think... Or, sorry, who do you think would win in a street fight between the Dutch Giant and Hafthor Bjarnason? I'd put my money on Hafthor. One, because he's actually a pretty good boxer for a guy who hasn't done it his whole life. He definitely outboxed Eddie. He didn't just beat Eddie because he's, like, bigger and stronger. He just outboxed Eddie. As far as I know, that Dutch Giant guy, I don't think he's done any martial arts, really. I know he did, like, some... He did some jiu-jitsu or wrestling with Eddie Hall for a little bit, but I don't think he actually trains. Presumably he could train and get better. But I found that when people reach a certain height, I think there's, like, limits on your nervous system where, like, a lot of dudes who are really tall and have super, super long limbs, I think it's because the length that like these nerve signals have to like travel, they end up being kind of uncoordinated and a little awkward. And I think that's why you don't see too many like really, really tall, successful fighters. I know there's a lot of basketball players that are like really well coordinated, but even still, dudes like Michael Jordan, he's not even as tall as that Dutch guy. So like some of the most like insanely skilled basketball players, they're still shorter than that dude. So I don't know. I would probably put my money on Hafthor. Because like we know he can already fight, and the Dutch guy, I don't know if he could get to the same level of physical fitness and level of skill as Hafthor. Thanks for the donation, though, Fight.
To be fair, a lot of Christians see woman as property too, and that some of them I've seen be alive that since they think that you can't rape woman and that there's no such thing as rape as well, some of them even be alive in having multiple wives.
I don't know of any Christians that believe in having multiple wives. Mormons don't count. Mormonism is fundamentally and completely different from Christians. They like to gaslight people and make you think it's the same thing, but it is completely and utterly fundamentally different. So Mormons don't count. I think they've had like 50 prophets or something since Joseph Smith. Their religion is fucking weird. But yeah, there's a lot of Christians that are like fucking weird, regressive idiots. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Lost and Found donated $2. Let me see. You pig biter bum? She's a pig biter bum. You pig bitter bum. Yeah, pigs bite. Got bit by a pig. You pig bit her right on your bum. Those are some good pigs. Bite her bum. Get her bum. Bite her right in the bum. That's right. Go and bite. Give her a good chomp. Bite her good. That's right. Run. Give her a good bite. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. Pigs bite. There was a movie that was, I think it was called Secondhand Lions. There was a scene, who's that child actor? Haley something? There was a scene where a pig came up to meet him and smelled him. And apparently, they cut the scene right before the pig bit him. And the pig bit him right on the fucking neck. So, yeah, you gotta be a little careful around pigs. They do, in fact, bite. They're not the same as dogs. They bite for different reasons. With dogs, you can usually tell when they're about to bite you, but pigs will kind of just bite you for whatever. Just kind of what they do. Thanks for the donation, Lost and Found.
WTF yap agains, what are you yapping about? Nobody cares, buddy. What truck should I get? I need a truck that can tow 13,000 pounds and is less than 7 years old and under 20k. Please tell me and don't say you don't know. You better figure it out, buddy. Yap agains, yap.
That is a very tall order, dude. Used trucks are going for big fucking money right now because of a few reasons. One, new trucks are so ridiculously fucking expensive, nobody can afford them, and that's driving up the value of used trucks because now everyone's trying to buy used trucks because the new trucks are too expensive, and because there's such a high demand for the used trucks now, it's driving up the price of used trucks. And on top of that, the new trucks suck. There's new emission standards with a lot of these diesel engines, And because of that, they're tuned in like really stupid ways, and they have these new emission systems that make them extremely unreliable. So that's another reason why people are going for older used trucks, because they're more like, even if you have the money, the older trucks are more reliable. So if you're actually trying to do any real work, you'd probably just go for an older truck. I think your best bet would be to look at some Dodge Rams. Just try to find like a Dodge Ram truck, diesel, that's used. Some of the older GMC trucks are also good. You might be able to find some of those for cheaper. Your 13,000 pound towing. Yeah, like chances are some of the like smaller mid-sized like Dodge or GMC trucks are probably going to be a bit cheaper, but you're going to have a hard time finding something for under 20K at this point, unless it has a fuck ton of miles, and then, you know, that's another issue. I would say if you're getting a used truck, you really want to make sure the frame isn't bent. So run your finger in between that space between the bed and the cabin. And if you notice, you can fit your fingers in like at the... If you can fit your fingers in like at the bottom, but once you go to the top, you can't get your fingers up, that's a sign the truck is bent and it's being really ridden hard for a lot of miles. So I would avoid those. So if you find a higher mileage truck, try to find one where the frame isn't bent. Because if the frame isn't bent, that's a good sign that it wasn't really ridden hard, and you might be able to still get some good miles out of it. But if somebody was hauling really heavy loads for a lot of miles, you're probably not going to get much more mileage out of that truck, so I just avoid that. Thanks for the donation, though, Gigliardo. Appreciate it.
She is trans. Also, she posted videos with handcam and she is very good at many shooters and probably uses aim training. One thing that might explain the snap to the rock is the minimap. She could have seen that there is another player next to the others.
The minimap still would not explain the movement and how she snapped perfectly right on target the way she did. Like, it's pretty obvious she's using a pretty aggressive aim assist tool at the very least, and at worst, like a full-on aimbot. Or both. It could be a mix of the two, but there is some kind of aim assist tool being used. Thanks for the donation, though, David. Like even with the hand cam, it doesn't matter, because if you're using an aim assist tool, you still have to aim. It just does the like finer aiming for you. So that it's still guaranteed an aim assist tool, dude. Lost and Found donated $2. You donated the pig biting again. Yes, pigs bite. Those are some good pigs. They bit her a nice round bum. Yes, bite. Bite her bum. That's good. It's good when pigs bite your bum. Let those pigs bite you. Why are you running away? Let the pig bite. Thanks for the donation, Lost and Found.
What's going on, everybody? It is Wednesday evening and people wanting to know what was going on with the Vegan Games BattleToads situation, so I figure I'd oblige.
You want to beat Battletoads, start from beginning for this important... Oh my god. He's never played the game. He's a fucking idiot. He's never played the game. It's not impossible, like, it's not literally impossible to beat Battletoads without using, save states to practice the later levels. But if you have any interest in maintaining your sanity, or you want to have a life and not waste your time, you need to use save states. Like, that game is so ridiculously fucking difficult. It is indescribable. You really have to experience it yourself to really truly understand how fucking hard that game is. If I had to like scale it, I would say it is at least 4 times as difficult as Sekiro. To me, Sekiro was pretty easy. Battletoads, relatively speaking, at least 4 times as difficult. The only really difficult part in Sekiro was the final boss, Ishin. And even then, like, it doesn't take that much time to figure out the pattern and beat the boss. I beat Ishin in 2 days, so I got to the final boss. I spent like maybe 4 hours on it, and then the next day I think I spent like about another 4 or 5 hours on it, and I beat it. Like Battletoads, the amount of effort and time you need to spend on each and every individual level is greater than the amount of time that I've had to spend on Ishin. And that's while using save states. So Battletoads is fucking ridiculous, and anybody who fucking tries to tell you, play the game without save states, like, they're a fucking idiot and they have no idea what they're talking about. I'll watch the video though. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Oh yes, there are. Here you go.
This is something that many Christians say try to come against polygyny. They'll say that the polygynous relationships, they end up in strife. But the thing is that nowhere in Scripture does it say it's because of the polygyny. Actually, Genesis 3:16 talks about how...
If I remember correctly, there are passages in the Bible that tell men not to have like too many wives, and there are like certain things that frown upon it a little bit. I don't think there's anything explicit that says you can't have multiple wives. I do know there are some passages that talk about how, like, don't get greedy with the amount of wives you have. You need to be able to, like, have real relationships with them and, like, actually support them, and you don't just want, like, this big harem. And, like, having that many women can, like, actually destroy you and stuff, but, yeah.
Oh, the wife will desire to rule over her husband. Looking at the Hebrew, it makes it evident that that's the case when it says that her desire shall be for her husband. But anyways, nowhere in Scripture does it say it's the polygyny's fault. You're dealing...
Well, not explicitly, but there's pretty... Like, it does very strongly imply that.
With the cognitive dissonance and your emotions and your opinions... why do you presuppose that polygyny is even wrong? The law doesn't say it's wrong. And why are you presupposing that polygyny is a problem when it comes to these situations where there is strife?
Alright, well, that's surprising. Apparently there are some weird-ass Christians that believe in polygamy. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
VG vote conservative until they learn him good.
In a post-COVID world,
I'm just an idealist to believe that
hold on, Andrew.
You're not the left. You're not intolerant.
You know where I'm going with this. Yeah. We did not receive any apologies from the ruling class that lied to us repeatedly during COVID. the lockdowns, the efficacy of the vaccine, the mask mandates, school closures, and we just act as if it didn't happen. And I don't think the American ruling class understands the undermining of their credibility that happened when the entire country had their lives thwarted, especially young people. We're just supposed to like reopen the country and be like, well, why don't you trust us anymore? Well, it's because, oh yeah, the Hunter Biden laptops, Russian disinformation, 50 intel operations signed this letter. And you know I'm making a good point here because there was no contrition
That's just one.
You know, normally I'd say, well, it's just Charlie Kirk, but like this is literally the mainstream Republican political view. I mean, yeah, I don't know if there's any right answer, honestly. It's just turd sandwich, giant douche.
Example. And again, I could go one after the other.
No. I would say that actually COVID, to me, I mean, this is actually generational, is actually very much like the 2008 crisis in a way. Okay, that spawned Occupy Wall Street. This has sort of spawned a different sort of political
Do you want to do Russia collusion? Do you want to do the laptop? Do you want to do...
There was nothing in the Biden laptop, and there was, in fact, Russian collusion within the Republican Party.
I mean, take your pick on the way things are covered in this country.
All I'm suggesting, though, is this full-on, constant relitigation of what took place in the past, as opposed to a clear-eyed view of what's happening now.
I would just interject respectfully that it's not just relitigation. First of all, no one was held accountable, largely for what happened.
That's why I said it's sort of like 2008, because a lot of people thought all those bankers were supposed to go to jail, frankly.
Well, and honestly, there should have been, I think there should have been some administration of justice. That's a separate issue. I mean, I was young at the time. I can only speak about what we're living through now. And a lot of the COVID injustices we are still seeing today with younger people and their ability to own homes, with the inflation that President Trump is trying to fix that was inherited by Joe Biden. So what I'm getting at...
Isn't, like, inflation not going down under Trump, and... fuck ton of people are losing their jobs, too.
And I know a lot of the C-suite of America watches this program. They might understand, where is this populist fervor coming from?
Yeah, there's like no job growth in the United States. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Do you think lifting is your favorite thing to do? Have you ever been to a strip club? If not, would you want to go? Lifting is certainly up there with some of my favorite things. Most of my favorite hobbies involve some form of exercise, so... Lifting, really like rollerblading. Rollerblading is sick. I wish there were more, like, good trails nearby. Because, like, if I want to go on... If I actually want to go rollerblade on a trail, I have to, like, drive an hour. So I just roll around my block. I usually do like 10 or 15 minutes of fasted cardio in the morning. Just rollerblading. But rollerblading's great. I prefer that over cycling, like if it's just straight cardio. Mountain biking is really fun. And I also like shooting, so that's both with firearms and archery. I haven't done archery in a while, though. Sold my bow a while back. Other than that, you know, obviously video games, but really like racing games. Racing games are great, and I got the new sim rig. We should play some more BeamNG. I have not been to a strip club. Would I want to go? Like, not particularly. I mean, if a friend of mine invited me out, like, sure, why not? But I'm not particularly motivated to go to a strip club. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Like, you know, the thing is, like, yeah, pretty girls dancing in front of you, whatever, but I want to, like, I'd like to sniff their butts. Like, they're not vegan, though, but so it's like, if I can't sniff their butt, and, you know, you can just watch porn online. Thanks, though, Dodo.
Do you like tall women that are 12 feet tall that could overpower you in the bed? Or do you prefer dominating your girl?
I definitely prefer being dominant in bed. I actually don't even enjoy sex when the woman's on top. I'm fine with tall women. Like, if a girl's taller than me, that's not a problem for me. But I like to be the dominant one. I don't think I'd enjoy sex if the girl was the dominant one, because, again, I don't like positions where the girl is on top, like riding me. I like them lying down, like missionary, or, doggy style, stuff like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Femdom.
Stains are so dumb.
Yeah, they are. They are. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Gay faggot N-word poop donated $2. Oh. Oh my goodness, that's an otter. Oh, so fast. Oh, he swims so fast. Oh, so fast. Oh my god. That is a semi-aquatic mammal. What a good semi-aquatic mammal. Look how semi-aquatic he is. Oh, wow. That is good. Oh. The fuck? Wow. Oh my god, he's so fast. Oh my god, so fast. Wow, he's fast. Oh my god, what a fast runner. I didn't know sausage dogs could run that fast. Oh. 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 Oh, look at the little guy. He's like a potato cat. Oh. What a sweet little potato cat. Oh, I love that little potato cat. What a nice little potato. Oh. Oh my god. Potatoes. Oh, little potatoes. Thanks for the donation, gay faggot, N-word poop. You trippin', reverse cowgirl's goated. I just don't, I don't get into it. Like, if I'm not the one in control and, you know, they're just riding me, I just don't get anything out of it.
All right, cousin, listen up. I'm going to skip the what's going on and everything like that. Here's the thing there. Now, I was about to go to work and I saw you playing BattleToads. Now, I fully respect you for playing that game itself here. I mean, I really do. BattleToads is one of the most hardest games out there. However, there's something I need to let you know about the game itself, and this goes to our mentality back in the 90s here, okay? Now, even in the 90s, we had saves for our games. You know, the game wizard allowed for extra lives and unlimited continues and stuff like that. You know, so literally speaking, over a period of a course of time, you can beat the game. Okay? You can beat the game over a course of time.
Yeah, buddy, the difference is you'll enjoy the game more and you can beat it faster. So why wouldn't you practice the levels with save states, then do a full run through, rather than just trying to do a full run through over and 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 over again, and have to replay the same level literally hundreds of fucking times, if not thousands of times, because that game is so fucking difficult. You're an idiot. Like, only an idiot would fucking do that.
You know, saving the game and getting unlimited continues, you can eventually beat the game. However, the problem is you're not truly beating the game. So, like...
Also, me personally, I would love a woman to be mint of me, as I have already stated on this channel a while ago. I'm a giantess fetishist.
I don't think you ever said that, Dodo. Is this a fake Dodo? Well, anyway, hopefully you find a giantess to dominate you. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I think Vince is stupid and he doesn't realize that I am going to do a straight run through of the game, and I'm just using save states right now to practice the levels.
Like I said before, and this has to deal with a mentality that we had back in the 90s, because this is a 90s game. It's one of the very last NES games as well. And what made it so difficult is simply the fact that you only had 3 lives and 3 continues. If you lost all 3 of your lives and you lost all 3 of your continues, it isn't just a...
He's never played Battletoads. I think there's 5 continues. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Battletoads gives you 5 continues. Which is fairly generous. I think Contra Hardcore only had 3. So, you know.
Game over at the level. It is a complete game over, as in start the whole game all over again. You don't just have to beat the levels. You have to play almost a completely perfect game, cousin. Okay?
Okay, Vince is just an idiot.
Going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Wednesday morning. Just sitting outside of the pharmacy up in Asheville waiting to get my test. But I had a little extra time, so I decided to hit the food bank. Now, folks, I done told you guys previously that the best and easiest way to save money on food is to hit a food bank. The food bank is free. You can get some stuff.
Oh, look at that. Vince Goodrum's a welfare queen. I'm just kidding. But, I don't know if there'd be anything at a food bank that I could eat. Unless they have, like, potatoes, frozen broccoli. Do they ever have tofu at a food bank?
You can get a cup of coffee. You can even get a meal there.
Check the comments. You mean on his previous video? Exactly. Every game he plays, he fails. Can't even do a lap in a racing game without totaling the car. That's not even true. And then he yells, I pushed the button, always blames the computer for failing. Dude, I fucking beat Sekiro without any cheats, mods, nothing. Like, I also beat Contra Hardcore without using save states. These people are just fucking stupid. Oh yeah, there's yeah, vegan gains should play Roblox instead. He said he's going to do it after he gets each level right. He won't get them and he won't have the endurance or temperance. Yeah, we'll fucking see, Vince. Motherfucker.
I mean, it smells a little bad. It's okay. If you got a problem with it, tough. Hold your nose and take your stuff outside. Just go in, get your stuff, and go outside. Now, I got everything in the trash bag. The great one didn't.
Oh yeah, they would have cans of beans at food bank. Yeah, I guess I could get beans for cheap there.
Bring any bags with me because I didn't expect to get it, so I just took a trash bag.
Also, being sexually attracted to woman larger than you is totally normal. Hell, it even exists in nature. Just look at this, for example.
A spider is spinning her web. Diagonal cross. A male cross spider, much smaller, approaches her for mating. She's not interested. A second male tries his luck. This one's got her attention. But not quite as he intended. This species...
Spiders are fucked. I think if we could find a way to not have spiders exist, that'd probably be good. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And just got my stash here, so let's see what I got.
Am I going to do blood work during your current cycle? Well, I'm not doing cycles. I just do the steroids that I want to do at safe doses, you know, like indefinitely. Yeah, obviously. If you don't get blood work and you're on steroids, you're a fucking idiot. That's how you run into problems, so you absolutely have to get regular blood work done. Especially if you're going to do anything other than testosterone and Masteron. Every other anabolic steroid has like direct negative impacts on like your liver, kidney function, even high enough testosterone doses and Masteron can fuck up some of your lipid values. So you absolutely have to get blood work regularly, especially if you're on anything other than test and mast, because they all directly damage your liver and kidneys and shit. So you need to keep an eye on the health of your liver and kidneys. You also need to make sure that your hematocrit isn't elevated, you're not producing too many red blood cells and shit.
You said 1 year ago you would get sexually excited fighting a strong and muscular woman. You like to be dominated? You said you liked your struggle.
Well, that doesn't mean I like to be dominated, it just means like it's kind of hot when they can sort of fight back. So it would be like really sexy to wrestle like a big strong girl and then like fuck, but I don't want to be dominated. I just like the idea of, you know, consensual non-consent play where the girl's like, I don't want it, I'm gonna fight you, and then like you literally wrestle and then you wrestle her like on her back and then tear her clothes off, but you actually have to like fight and struggle a bit. Like that's kind of hot. Thanks for the donation though, Muscled.
First off, I got cornflakes. You know, cornflakes. I keep dehydrated milk. You know, I don't know this brand. I don't care about this brand. Must be something from an organic store or something. I am in Asheville after all. But you add some milk in coffee, you got business here. You know, you can even add protein powder to it. It's all right. Got that.
No VG, the world needs spiders regardless of how you feel about them. They eat pests like flies and mosquitoes and therefore are a necessary part of the ecosystem.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is if we could engineer ecosystems so that we wouldn't need horrible animals like spiders, you know, that'd be better. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Now, surprisingly enough...
Dude, there was a hilarious Netflix documentary. There was some bodybuilder woman who ended up marrying some other bodybuilder dude. And the bodybuilder dude needed a lot of money for steroids, and he got his wife to do erotic wrestling. And men would pay her to wrestle and like manhandle them, and she'd never have sex with them, but she'd just wrestle them. And that's how she was making money to pay for his steroids. And she was this like crazy fucking bitch, and she ended up killing the dude. And she made up the stupid excuse that he was abusive, battered her. It's really questionable if she was ever abused by this guy. It seems like she was probably the abuser. But it's on Netflix. It's pretty hilarious. She's actually pretty hot when she was younger and on steroids.
They actually had some prime drinks, so I got about 2 or 3 of these stashed in the back, but I thought I'd show you this here. Even Logan Paul's stuff will end up in a goddamn food bank there, you know. And I guess the homeless don't want to drink none of that stuff, so I went and took this. This will be good for the gym in the afternoon. Of course, got some...
If you want to know anything about welfare, just ask Jason Blaha. Yeah, I'm sure he could show me the ropes when it comes to figuring out a way to not work and have people pay for your rent.
Chick-fil-A Polynesian sauce. You know, this is actually good on grilled chicken, so I'm going to add that to the grilled chicken. It's going to be all right. Look at that, folks. Then I got some wholesome grain spaghetti pasta. That's going to be good. Add a little bit of turkey meat there, you know, very lean. Get your complex carbohydrates in and stuff. Like I said, probably from an organic store. Never heard of this brand. I mean, I'm in Asheville. I know how things are. Then, of course, a little snack. You know, something with a little peanuts, a little sugar in it and stuff. You know, that's always good. A little extra energy and stuff like that. And then, of course, we got the meat and potatoes. Folks, I'm gonna tell you this right now. These are the best things to get. Some peas and stuff, some sort of beans. You know, you gotta soak them a bit to get the fart drink, the fart water out. Once you soak them for a hot minute, you put those in. You know, you make some good chili, eat it by yourself.
You know what? I don't know why, but canned beans here are outrageously overpriced. I remember Clarence Kennedy, he was showing like some of his grocery hauls and shit, and he was paying like $0.25 or 50 cents for a can of beans. Here it's like $2 or more. They're way, way overpriced. So I might actually go to a food bank and see if I can just get some canned beans if I ever want like chickpeas and stuff. Because like fuck paying for shit if you can get it for free, right?
Maybe a little fat bat in it. Like I said, you got that, cup of coffee, and you got business. All right? So folks, that's my stash. I got more stuff, but I put it in the back. But I figure I get a trash bag of this here and show y'all what was going on today. And what's going on, the great one is getting stuff. It's taking care of business. It's good from channel click.
All right, Mehdi-san on non-Muslims living like animals.
In Islam, the ends do not justify the means. This idea is totally alien to Islam. In Islam, what is halal is halal, what is haram is haram. We do not bend our law, our morality for our short-term aims. Never. and we never lose the moral high ground. If we know anything as Shias of Muhammad, as Shias of Ali, as Shias of Hassan, as Shias of Hussein, we know that keeping the moral high ground is key. Once we lose the moral high ground, we are no different from the rest of the non-Muslims.
Yes, Muslims really have the moral high ground when your prophet raped children. Apparently fucking 9-year-old girls doesn't make you lose the moral high ground.
From the rest of those human beings who live their lives as animals, bending any rule to fulfill any desire. Once we do that, we are lost.
In Islam, to believe is to know. To disbelieve is not to know. That is what it fundamentally comes down to. It is to remain ignorant, to cover up knowledge. After all, what is kafir? Kafir comes from the root word, which means to cover up, to conceal. The kafir is the one who covers up that knowledge which is clear. The French Orientalist scholar Lamens, he once wrote that the Quran is not far from considering unbelief, disbelief, as an infirmity, as an illness, as a disease of the human mind. Subhanallah. Non-Muslims point this out to us. And of course, the kafir, the disbelievers, the atheists who remain deaf and stubborn to the teachings of Islam, the rational message of the Quran, they are described in the Quran as, quote, a people of no intelligence. Allah describes them. Not of no morality, not of no belief, a people of no intelligence. Because they are incapable of the intellectual effort it requires to shake off those blind prejudices.
Yes, atheists have no intelligence. Obviously, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he was told by Allah, the all-great sky wizard, to make sure to wait until his wife, who was 6 years old, became 9 years old before he had sex with her and came in her pussy. How else would the Prophet Muhammad have discovered that he should have waited to have sex with the 9-year-old instead of just having sex with the 6-year-old? You atheists, you are so stupid. You are having sex with women who are 18 or over when you could be having sex with a 9-year-old. But you just followed the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He was granted divine wisdom that you can just have sex with women earlier when they are 9. Yeah, atheists are stupid. Right, buddy. Tell me, why do you Muslims fly planes into fucking buildings again?
To shake off those easy assumptions about this world, about the existence of God. In this respect, the Quran describes the atheists as cattle. As cattle, as those who go into craft and do not suffer wonder about this world.
Muslims are fucking broke. They literally don't know how to make fucking money. Even when they're literally able to print money, when they just extract oil out of the ground, they still somehow magically find ways to make themselves broke. Look at all these other societies that have mass amounts of fucking atheists, or just, like, people who aren't even religious. Like, they might believe in God, but it's like, whatever, maybe the sun's God, you know, those sorts of people. Oh, weird, we all make more money. All the smart people come here. We're able to, like, actually develop technology and do, like, legitimately useful things that make money. The only way Muslims make money is either by literally digging it out of the ground with oil, or they end up making money by sex trafficking and dealing drugs, like you know, the Taliban, like Hezbollah. So it's either oil, sex trafficking, and drugs for Muslims, and everyone else, including atheists. We read books other than some like a book some retard 2,000 years ago made somebody else write because he was fucking illiterate and just made him dictate random bullshit that came out of his fucking brain.
All of these ulama unanimously agree that at the very minimum, if Yazid was not a kafir, then at the very minimum, he was a fasir,
a transgressor, a breaker of Islamic laws, a corrupt individual, a tyrant, a killer, a drunkard, a dog lover, a music lover, a homosexual, a pedophile, a sexual deviant, someone who slept with his own mother, astaghfirullah. These are their views of these ulama in their books, not my view, not Imam Hussein's view, not Ayatollah Sistani's view. This is their view about Yazid. It's all there in black and white. Yet Allah should be pleased with such a man, astaghfirullah. Allah should be pleased with him. Indeed, the fact is,
be careful, SJWS might call you racist for saying all this even if it's true.
Well, one, I really don't care, and two, I think I'm relatively immune to that since I'm half black. So, yeah, they can call a brown person racist all they want, and they're really not gonna get very far because, you know, they're the ones who made the rule that you can't be racist if you're brown-skinned. So they can fuck themselves. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
and this is important, Yazid is not simply a fasiq. He was an out-and-out kafir.
All right, y'all, after 5 years.
Yeah, Mehdi Hassan is a fucking crazy whack job.
All right, what's
crazy fucking whack job. Let's see. Dodo donate $2. Are you meditating consistently right now? No, haven't done it in a little while. I am injecting testosterone into my shoulder every day, though. And that's pretty great. Feel great just doing steroids. You know, I thought I'd be bothered by injecting needles, but I actually like it. I like just injecting, you know, drugs into my shoulders. Just feels like you got this needle filled with power that you're just injecting into your fucking shoulder, and it's like, yes, fuck yeah, dude. Give me that shit. I want more drugs. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Vor donated $2. Watch a little bit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. I think I might have watched Mehdi Hassan's interview with Richard Dawkins, but I can't remember it. I might have seen it.
No! Uh-oh.
This is really big in the furry community. A lot of furries have this fantasy of, like, getting eaten by some gigantic animal woman creature. Well, that's very weird. Very, very weird. Thanks for the donation, Vor.
What's going on, y'all? Today I'm going to talk about one of the most popular questions I get, and that's my experience with TRT, testosterone replacement therapy. I get asked questions all the time on, you know, why did I first get on testosterone? When did I get on? What were the symptoms I was feeling? How did my life change for better or for worse since I've been on? So that's what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to talk about my full experience, going back to actually when I first found out I needed testosterone, and then all the way through to, you know, how my life has changed, you know, the pros and cons, frankly, of being on testosterone replacement therapy. Now, I'm not going to talk about today the actual cycles and other PEDs and steroids I've used to become a pro bodybuilder. If you guys want me to do a deep dive on, you know, the other compounds and everything I've taken to get my IPP Pro card, I can do that in another video. But today's strictly about testosterone and getting on testosterone.
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, Richard Dawkins asked Mehdi Hassan if he believed the Prophet Muhammad was on a winged horse, and Mehdi was like, "Yeah, I believe." He was really reluctant to admit that, and everyone laughed at him. Yeah, I remember now. I did see that. Mehdi Hassan is a legitimate fucking full-on crazy Muslim. He, like, when he goes on Piers Morgan, he makes himself seem like, oh, he's one of the progressive, level-headed Muslims who's normal, that fits into society and is just like us. It's just, you know, he just prays, you know, 5 times a day and, you know, just believes in a different God. But otherwise, you know, he's just like everyone else. He's not. He's a fucking whack job. He wants to commit jihad and either kill non-believers or force them to convert to Islam. Like, he's a full-on Islamic jihadist. Absolutely fucking nuts.
Replacement therapy. So a few years ago, before I was really, really heavily into bodybuilding and actually trying to become a pro bodybuilder, and frankly, before I was even really, really being a hybrid athlete, combining bodybuilding with endurance training, I frankly was pretty much strictly just doing endurance training. Now, I've been, you know, ever since I was 14 years old, I've done bouts of, you know, bodybuilding training, endurance training, going back and forth over the years, but I've been in a period of time where, at least for a few years, I was just strictly focused on endurance training, going from half marathons and marathons all the way up to ultra marathons. And I've been doing ultra marathon training for a good period of time, to where then I started feeling some issues arise. Now, when I mentioned the symptoms I started feeling, I need you guys to understand that, you know, these weren't something that just slapped me across the face. It wasn't something that, you know, it was just staring me in the face that I needed to go get something checked because something's massively wrong. These symptoms all kind of came together to paint a picture to where eventually I did realize something was up. But first off, right off the bat, you know, with my running, I felt recovery wasn't there. You know, I was starting to get a lot more nagging injuries, niggles as I call them, and things that just wouldn't go away. You know, my recovery time was a lot less. So, you know, I just was feeling sore a lot more. But then not only that, if I did have a nagging injury or something like that, it just persisted a lot longer than I felt like it should. With that came somewhat of a level of weakness. Now, during this time that I was running, I actually got down to 158 pounds. Currently, I'm 210 pounds, so it was quite light for me. I am 5'8". But even with me just running and not focusing a lot on strength training, there was even more of a level of weakness than I felt like I should have had. You know, growing up and
This guy is pretty fucking huge then. 210 lean at 5'8 is a fucking big-ass dude. It's funny how people call it TRT, like, when you're getting this jacked. Like, bro, at that point, you're just on performance enhancement. Vo donated $2. Hope you find the short backing my veganism gaga. Is there gonna be a penis on screen? Okay, there's mentally ill people who watch me. Thanks for the donation, though, Weevo. Do you think steroids are addictive? I can guarantee you with 100% certainty they sure as fuck are, and I'm fine with that. I feel fucking great taking testosterone, and I'm fine being addicted to it. Like, I wouldn't want to go off. Even if I did have to deal with, like, some health issues, depending on how serious they are, like, I'd probably just still fucking be on, because I just feel so fucking great. Like, if you told me I'm going to reduce my lifespan by, like, 10 years, like, let's say I otherwise would have been able to make it to 90, but instead I'm going to die at 80. Okay, whatever. I just feel so much fucking better right now. It's like, whatever. I think it is. I don't think it's for everybody, and you will find a lot of people who go on testosterone and then kind of regret it and don't want to do it anymore. I think there's a variety of reasons for that. Part of the reason may be they just don't like injecting drugs, plain and simple. Like, some people really don't like needles. I'm fine with needles. I think it's fun just taking drugs. I've never been somebody who just tries recreational drugs. Like, anytime I have done drugs, it's for medicinal reasons. So, like, when I used to vape marijuana, that was for legitimate medicinal reasons, for, like, mood. I had issues with just agitation, anger, and I just do it very occasionally to, like, bring my, like, anger and rage down. I didn't ever really do it just to get high. magic mushrooms, again, that was to improve my mood, try to recover from depression, stuff like that. And I've taken edibles here and there when I have sleep problems, so I'm not really one to just do drugs for the sake of doing drugs, but I find it fun injecting needles and doing TRT. Like it just feels like you're getting vaccinated against weakness, you know? So some people really don't like injecting needles, and and they'll literally stop for that reason because they just hate it so much. Some people get really bad side effects. Like, in general, the vast majority of people I find, when they're on testosterone, their mood improves. Testosterone specifically. Some people, for whatever reason, like, again, everyone's body, like, handles these hormones differently. They may get increases in anxiety and end up having other issues related to mental health. I think it's pretty rare with testosterone. Extremely common with nandrolones and 19-nors. But most people, like vast majority of people, seem to really get mood improvements from being on testosterone. And actually, the first use of testosterone medically was to treat depression. And doses, like pretty high doses of testosterone, in research, they've tested doses up to 600 milligrams per week. And there's an improvement in subjective feelings of mood and well-being all the way up to that 600 milligram dose. So the more you take, the better people report feeling. That's in research. There may be a higher upper limit, but in research, they've tested up to 600 milligrams, and people consistently show improvements in mood. But again, there's some people who just respond badly to it and feel worse. One thing that a lot of people get wrong when they think about taking steroids is they think it's like most other medications or drugs, like, you know, when somebody smokes weed, everyone gets high. If somebody drinks alcohol, like, everyone gets drunk. Like, if you take caffeine, like, you know, everyone gets, like, more energy. Steroids are different. You can feel very different things and experience very different side effects, and just, you know, effects from the drug from taking them. And you really have to, you know, track and manage. You really have to make doses individualized. So a lot of dumbasses will have like a friend who goes on testosterone and starts blasting gear, and they're totally fine starting off with really high doses like 500 milligrams. So then they think, oh, well, my friend's on 500 milligrams, I'll try 500 milligrams. And then they get horrible acne, their mood gets fucked up, you know, their skin gets really greasy and oily and they feel uncomfortable. They end up growing gynecomastia and their nipples hurt. So you really have to keep in mind these drugs work very differently in each person, and you're gonna experience much different effects and side effects from these drugs versus like any other individual. So that's another reason, chances are, why people stop taking it.
Do you inject intramuscular or subcutaneous? Isn't the deltoid too small of a muscle to be injecting into? I've heard people that do daily dosing to do it subcutaneous. Does it matter?
Subcutaneous dosing is kind of stupid for a few reasons, especially if you're in good shape. So the only reason it's really recommended to inject subcutaneously is because of a lot of idiots have trouble injecting if they're going into their shoulder or into their glute. So they'll just tell people to grab a piece of skin and inject it there just because it's just easier for people to inject. You don't have to like reach around or like reach around your butt or have somebody else inject it for you. But the problem with subcutaneous injections is, one, you can't inject as much of the, like, as much volume as you can into the muscle. So especially if you're doing daily injections, or sorry, especially if you're doing like weekly or bi-weekly injections, you can't really do sub-Q. And if you're doing daily injections, you can pretty much inject as much as you want into the muscle or as frequently as you want in like one small area. If you're doing sub-Q, you're going to get scarring, and it's going to happen very quickly. So if you're injecting sub-Q around your stomach, like it's the front of your body, everyone can see it. And if you keep pinning and injecting this oil, that can cause like a lot of irritation to the tissue in there. You're going to get weird scarring eventually, and your skin is going to look fucked up and gnarled. And when you're lean and you're trying to inject sub-Q, so you're around 10% body fat, you're going to have skin die off. There's no fat there. So you're just injecting underneath the skin, and you're going to cause a ton of fucking irritation, and you're going to have like more pain, and like the actual skin is going to get fucked up. So injecting intramuscular is better. You end up getting less scarring. You're not going to see any like weird fucked up things visually where you like there's just weird hard nodules that end up forming, and the actual surface of the skin is going to stay healthy. So injecting intramuscular is better. On top of that, you can inject into the shoulder just fine. Your shoulder is a big muscle. I use a 1-inch 25 gauge needle. I can inject it all the way in. I don't hit bone. Like, your shoulder's big. There's a lot of muscle there, so you would have to be very, very... I am looking fucking good, by the way. Fucking look at that. Fuck yeah, dude. So your shoulder, even if you're like not as big as me, your shoulder has plenty of muscle mass to do even deep injections. So especially if you're just using a 3/4 or a 1/2-inch needle, you don't have to worry about injecting too deep. It's also like there's a lot of points in your shoulder you can inject. There's a front delt, side delt, rear delt, and there's like, you know, up and down. So you can inject lower on your medial delt, middle of your medial delt, higher up on your medial delt. Your front delt, there's not quite as much space, but you can, like, there's two, like, you could at least have 2 spots that you inject in, and same with the rear delt. There's like a lot of area here that you can inject in, or you can go like a little higher, more middle, more lower. So I just inject into my shoulder. It's nice and easy. Don't have any injection pain. Don't get any soreness from the injections. And it doesn't irritate the skin or cause any scarring. And let me see this. Just a mole trying to survive the Salisaw flood. Oh! Oh! Oh, that's a mole. Oh my god, look at him wiggle around. They move around by wiggling. I didn't know moles wiggle. Oh, look at him wiggle. Oh, he's wiggling. Oh my goodness, he is wiggling. That is a good wiggly mole. Oh my god, what a good wiggly boy. Oh my goodness. I've never seen a mole. I've seen a beaver, I've seen muskrats, I saw a porcupine. Never seen a mole. I've actually seen an armadillo when I was in Florida once, too. They're pretty cute. Thanks for the donation, though, Excommunicado. Deadlifter donated $2. Is RDL excellent for getting a good deadlift? How much volume for RDLs a week? How many RIR and sets per session? You got to 500. I actually wasn't doing any RDLs when working up to a 500 deadlift. I know everyone's different, but I think 500 is relatively easy. I think most people, if they, like the majority, so like at least a simple majority, like 51% of men could get to 500. And I would say like probably at least like 30% of men could get to 600. So I don't think most people would really struggle so much with a conventional deadlift where they really need to add in accessories like RDLs to bring up their conventional deadlift. I do RDLs. Right now, I'm only doing 1 set per week. And that's just because I'm dieting. So normally it would be 2 sets. I find RDLs to be, like deadlifts in general, to be very, very fatiguing. So I don't do too much volume. You can, so if you want to bring up your deadlift, you might want to consider doing a specialization phase where you bring the rest of your training volume lower to like a maintenance level. And then you could crank up the volume a little bit or frequency with your conventional deadlift. And I would say like at least deadlift twice a week. You might want to do more, and you don't need to lift super heavy when you're deadlifting each session. So like day 1, you might want to do very heavy. So if you're on a strength phase, you know, do sets of 3. And then day 2, just do like very, very easy sets of 5. And then day 3, do like harder sets of 5. So around 75 to 85% range. But on day 2, where you're doing a light session just for like technique practice, and maybe just to help with like some power production, do like 65, 70%. And one big mistake that a lot of people make, probably especially with deadlifts, is they lift too heavy. You need to make sure the bar velocity stays relatively high. If your bar velocity is very slow and you're doing a lot of slow, grindy reps, you're not training the adaptation that you want to be able to lift heavier weights. So the more volume you do with a higher power production, where the weight moves faster, the more strength and power you're actually going to develop. And it sounds kind of counterintuitive, like lift lighter to get stronger. But what makes you stronger is progressive overload. And what you need to do is train in a weight range that allows you to have a very high power production while also having a high force output. So heavy weight that's heavy enough for the strength adaptation, but light enough that it can move quickly so that you can also get that power production up. So start a little lighter so the weight moves like pretty quick and easy, and then it's all just progressive overload, just small incremental increases over time while trying to maintain that bar speed. And when you make that adjustment, like when I made that adjustment, your strength just starts to skyrocket if you've been doing slow, grindy reps for a while. But yeah, if you're just trying to get to 500, I wouldn't really worry too much about any kind of accessory lifts to specifically help with a deadlift. If you're kind of struggling, again, just make sure that you're not lifting too heavy and you're maintaining good bar speed, and also just make sure you're deadlifting at least twice per week. That should be enough frequency and volume to be able to make good progress, and you might even consider doing 3 days a week, again, just for some extra technique practice. Thanks for the donation, though, Deadlifter. Hope that helps. Yeah. So I think that should answer all your questions. Retard donated $2 VG. Did you watch this one or this one?
All he had was that, he was...
Yes, we watched that. We watched that yesterday. It was hilarious. This is the first time this has ever happened. Pierce Morgan got 2 people on his show that were smart, competent, knowledgeable, and knew what the fuck they were talking about. And then he got on Mehdi Hassan, who is just fucking retarded liar and just started screeching genocide, like a fucking idiot. But that was funny. Those 2 dudes just shut him the fuck up. Not a journalist. Israeli strike kills Al Jazeera reporters 9 hours ago. This is an hour long. We'll watch this tomorrow. It's already kind of late and I want to play some games, but we'll watch this tomorrow. Thanks for the donation, retard. I want to see this TRT stuff.
Going into the army and then the fire department, all of that, I had a level of strength that I just felt like wasn't there. And then with that weakness was just this level of low energy. So by noon, I have more brain fog, just have not very much energy, and frankly, lack of motivation.
Yeah, people who smoke in public annoy me, and it's not just because they're smoking. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want, but smokers are the most inconsiderate fucking assholes on the planet. They'll smoke they'll smoke like in doorways. So like if you're going into a store or like the gym or something, like there's always some fucking idiot right in the fucking doorway smoking, so you have to like inhale their fucking disgusting cigarette smoke. They never just move out of the way and like go to a corner of a parking lot where they're not forcing anybody to inhale their fucking toxic, horrible, nasty horse shit. And then on top of that, they litter all over the fucking place. Rather than putting out their cigarette buds in like an ashtray or something. There you go. Disgusting cigarette buds all over the place. In the last apartment I was living in, the person who was parked next to me in the parking lot, she had this dickhead fucking boyfriend, older dude, who would park next to me when he wasn't even supposed to do that. He was supposed to park in the visitor parking because he's a fucking inconsiderate, lazy fucking asshole, he'd park next to me in this really annoying fucking spot that made it harder to back out. And he would stand there waiting for his fucking girlfriend, throwing fucking cigarettes or cigarette buds into my parking spot. And then my parking spot was just littered with fucking cigarette buds. Fucking hated that motherfucker.
Hamzat is an animal. I've never seen someone manhandle DC before. I know he was just messing around, but still. I don't see how Driscus wins.
No, I'm not trained. I'm not ready. Come on. Oh, shit. What is this? You big guy now? Huh? You big guy now? Oh. You want this shit? Hey, let me just see. Let me see. Oh. What? Holy shit. Holy shit.
He's a strong guy. He doesn't look that big, but he's a really fucking strong guy. He's on steroids. I can guarantee you. I don't know exactly what he's taking, but all these dudes, they're all on gear. Chael Sonnen was on gear. What's his name? John Jones was on gear. That's how they get their strength up when they have to maintain a lower body weight. They're taking steroids that just bring up their nervous system efficiency, and they can get a lot stronger without gaining body weight. But I can guarantee you this guy's on gear. And he's also not getting tested regularly. He lives in, what is it, Dagestan? Like, USADA or whoever, they're not going out to Dagestan to test this guy. Especially with that dictator who, like, fucking murders people. What's his fucking name? The Dagestani dictator is, like, really tight, close friends with Khamzat. I don't even know if that's the right way to describe it. He's forcing Khamzat to be really good friends with him. Or Chechnya. Yeah, sorry. He lives in Chechnya. And the Chechnyan dictator, he's forcing Khamzat to be really good friends with him. There's no fucking way any of these people from, like these drug testing organizations like USADA are going to fucking Chechnya and, yeah, Kadyrov, and risking getting fucking killed by Kadyrov because they're going to test this guy while he's on cycle. So he's able to take whatever fucking steroids he wants, and then when he gets into the States, like, he just cycles off for 2 weeks and then fights, and if he ever gets tested, like, he'll test clean, then he goes back, goes on gear. So I can guarantee fucking to you, this guy is not getting fucking tested. But he's a good-ass fucking fighter, dude. I think he's gonna fuck Duplessis up bad. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz.
Motivation. And that was a big one for me. Is, throughout my life, I've always felt like I've been a pretty motivated person, been very goal-oriented, and I was just at a point where just frankly didn't feel very motivated. Now, the symptom that kind of came to me that this was kind of the final straw that made me think something is up is I frankly had almost no libido at all. My sex drive was completely in the floor. Now with this, it wasn't like I wasn't...
Oh, yeah, so I think, I don't know if he technically lives in the UAE now. So he did have to move because of the sanctions. And I think he had to, like, leave a bunch of money in his bank account or something in Chechnya, but I don't know if he's actually living in the UAE. Because he did have to move his family there so that he could still make an income and shit, but I don't know if he's actually living there or if he goes to Chechnya to train. I'm not sure. But I know he did move.
I was able to perform in the bedroom. I was able to perform in the bedroom, get things going and all that. I just
Even
didn't want to.
then-
Had very little desire to do anything like that. My libido was pretty much non-existent. Now, got to the point over a good period of time. I want to say this is probably about 6 months of me feeling this way. My ex-wife, my wife at the time, she actually was the one that pushed me to go get blood work. The symptoms were all there, especially the libido part. And so I went ahead and got tested. Now, when I went and got tested, my testosterone levels came back about 290, which that's, depending on the ranges you look at, that's very, very much on the low end. Pretty much any doctor educated in hormone replacement therapy is going to tell you, or at least suggest for you to get on testosterone. So I made the decision to go ahead and get on. Now, when you make the decision to get on TRT, this is a question you get all the time. Is it a lifelong commitment? Are you going to have to be doing injections or pellets or whatever route you take for the rest of your life? Now, not necessarily, not technically. First off, if your test levels come back low, you first can go ahead and try to get them up naturally. There's different ways you can do that. You can change your diet, you can exercise, especially with strength training. There's different natural supplements you can take. But with that, for most people, they're only able to get it up maybe 100, couple hundred points at most. So a lot of times it doesn't make that drastic of a difference. But let's say that you go on TRT and for whatever reason, you want to come off. Here's the problem with doing that. First off, when you come off, your levels are going to go lower than they even were naturally, and then you're going to have to build them back up over a period of time. Not going to be a short period of time, but still over a period of time back to where they are. But now you're back to where you were before going on TRT, so you're still left with this lower quality of life.
Yeah, Jake Shields was caught. Like, dude, they're all on steroids. Every single fucking one of them. One dead giveaway is you can look at how much they're training. You cannot do that volume of training without being on steroids. It's fucking impossible. Like, it's just not happening. There are some people who can handle higher volumes of training, but like, when you look at some of their training camps, they're just so fucking crazy. You can't do that sort of shit, consistently year after year over a fighting career and like not be on steroids.
The kind of those negative symptoms I talked about before. Whereas when you're on TRT and your test levels are on the at least middle to upper range, you don't have those negative symptoms. Quality of life is a lot better, all of that. So it's kind of hard to go from feeling great in one sense to then all of a sudden going back to the crappy way you felt before. So while it's not a lifelong decision, I suggest to most people thinking about getting on TRT, if they need it, to think about it as a lifelong decision. So I went ahead and I made the decision to get on TRT. Now for me, that is a lifelong decision. So right off the bat, and I'm talking within the first 2 to 3 weeks, I first noticed that my sleep improved to where, now those 8 to 9 hours of sleep, it actually felt like 8 to 9 hours of sleep. It wasn't like I was going to sleep, sleeping for 8 hours and waking up feeling like I barely slept at all and still dog tired. I was actually waking up feeling rested. With this, I had a lot more energy throughout the day. None of that brain fog by noon.
Dude, I don't know if I like hyper metabolize things faster or whatever, but I swear I felt like I was on steroids day one. About 3 hours after I injected, I was already feeling different. And by day 4, like, it was obvious, just so blatantly obvious that the steroids were doing something. My strength was up, my energy was up, mood was up, like I think my blood volume like increased because like my cardio got way better. So yeah, I don't know. Everyone's different, but like I started feeling it immediately. It didn't take like weeks. It was day one. I noticed something, and like by day 4, it was obvious. Vegan Gains only $2. How much to take a IQ test on stream? I'm not doing it, dude. I have weird imposter syndrome. I'm worried it's going to show that I'm retarded, and then I'm going to start questioning whether or not I'm retarded, even though I'm not, and I don't want it to fuck with my head. I'd rather be unaware that I'm stupid and just think I'm smart so that I don't mind fuck myself into not, like, trying new things and shit, and then get the idea that, oh, well, you're an idiot, don't even bother, you know? Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Gains.
Motivation came back. That was a big one. But I had this just sustained level of energy throughout the day. Now, one thing I've heard from a lot of my friends that they're on testosterone, and other people, is there's this just elevation in mood. It's kind of hard to describe until you actually experience it for yourself, but when you have normal to higher ranges of testosterone, you've got an elevation in mood. You know, some describe it as, you know, kind of euphoric, but it's just this happier mood. It's a more of a positive, lighter, happier mood that you keep throughout the day. With that, my libido came back, and I'm talking about not only did it go from, with pretty much non-existent before, it didn't just come back to, a normal range.
The mood improvements really surprised me. Like, it's a big difference.
Talking about like my libido and sex drive came back to how I was when I was 18, 19 years old. I mean, it was awesome, and it's been great ever.
I got a 98, so almost perfect score.
Since then. And then another thing, I get asked all the time on, if I get on T, will I just all of a sudden get jacked, all that? It won't necessarily do that, especially, I was just running at the time, but even with me just running at the time, I did notice it seemed like my muscles came back to life a little bit. Recovery was a lot better. I lost a lot of those kind of nagging injuries. But a big one that I did notice was it was a lot easier to keep body fat off. So during this time of me doing ultras, it was kind of a goal of mine that I wanted to have a six-pack. And I was having the greatest struggle. I was watching my diet, all that, and it seemed like no matter what I did, it was really, really hard to have really, really well-defined abs. And I'm talking within a month of being on TRT, they popped out. And so, it is a lot easier to keep body fat off.
Son Goku donated $2. Muscle Mommy, my guilty pleasure. Don't care if wife this 100%. I have distinct taste in women.
Are you asking this?
Yeah, you seem to be into older women. She's pretty cute. Yeah, she's still pretty cute. I think the oldest woman I've seen that I was like really attracted to would have to be Nina Hartley. She's a hot ass bitch. Like, she can like really suck a dick. But yeah, generally I'm not into older women. 25-ish age range seems to be my preference, give or take. But yeah, she's not bad. I don't know if I'd call her a muscle mommy. She just looks in shape. She does have like really like pretty developed legs and calves, but don't know if I'd call her a muscle mommy. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
With normal range of testosterone. So back in the day, I did go about it, going to a hormone replacement doctor, getting prescribed, going about it that way. I now have a family friend doctor that he watches over me. This is not what I suggest. I suggest that if you are experiencing any of those kind of low T symptoms, and there's even more out there, you can look them up, but you are starting to question that you might have low T and you might benefit from testosterone replacement therapy, I suggest finding a doctor in your area, a hormone replacement doctor, someone that's educated in this, getting your blood work done, getting tested, and if you do need it, getting prescribed. And then you're going to be watched over by that doctor to make sure your blood work and everything is in check, and to make sure that your testosterone is in range. If I go ahead and take a certain amount of testosterone, that might give me a different number than you. So you might have to go ahead and titrate it in the beginning to find out where you need to be. Now, the way I do things now, I am a pro bodybuilder. I go about things a little bit differently than how I suggest to the general public out there. But I personally am very, very on. I take good care of my health, essentially. I get my blood work done 3 to 4 months minimum. I take a slew of, health supplements and vitamins. It's quite expensive monthly, the amount of health supplements I take, but I do this to keep my blood work in check, and it always is in check. Now, the last time I went and got tested a couple months ago, my levels came back at 1,096. The upper end of the range is 1,100. So I was at the very, very kind of upper limit, which a lot of people would say that's too high. If I was not,
I'm surprised he's keeping his test that low if he's into bodybuilding. Because, like, the higher you can bring your test, the better, you know, while avoiding side effects. So right now I'm just trying to like get my test as high as possible while avoiding gynecomastia. So I was doing 30 milligrams per day injections. I started getting the gland inflammation, and I took a 1.5 dose of an AI. It got rid of the inflammation, and I went down to 20 milligrams per day. I'm gonna wait a few weeks and try to bump the dose up again a little bit. So go for like 25 milligrams per day. See how that goes, and then maybe try to bump it up again to 30. And then if I notice that gland inflammation, I'll just bring it down. Then I know, okay, that's the max dose that I can take, you know, before I get side effects. And then if I want any additional anabolic effect, I'd probably just use Masteron or something.
You know, still pursuing goals as a pro bodybuilder, all of that. I would probably have my levels come back more, you know, in the 700 to 900 range. But right now, you know, my blood work has been looking pretty fantastic. So where it's at right now, this is kind of my TRT range. But, you know, like I said, you know, go the route of, you know, finding a good doctor, getting your blood work done, and then if you need it, you know, making that decision to get on. But all in all, I'm a huge advocate if that's.
So it sounds like he's only taking testosterone and basically just going on a actual TRT dose. Weird. Said he's a pro bodybuilder. I don't know if he's an IFBB pro. That's the same guy, right? What the fuck? Wait, fuck.
All right, what's going on, y'all? Today I'm going to talk about.
Brandon Warch. Whoa. Maybe it's the beard. He looks way older. What the fuck? I didn't even know that was the same person at first. Yeah, maybe it's just the beard, but he has some more gray hair.
Years of TRT and cycling steroids, I'm officially coming off TRT.
I don't know if I'd fuck Nina Hartley now. Like, she's pretty fucking elderly at this point.
So I'm going to get into why I'm doing this, some blood work and other results I've had lately, and then my whole PCT plan, how I'm actually planning on coming off it. I've already started the process. So we're going to go through all of that today. And guys, I apologize for my voice. I lost my voice a few days ago. I think it's a cold or something from dust or something. But yeah, so I had, you know, been a pro bodybuilder. I stopped cycling steroids 1.5 years, but I've been on TRT since. And so I've been shut down. And I had a semen analysis done last week. I'll go ahead and throw the results of that up. And the chances of getting pregnant with my current results are pretty small. So for the first reason I'm getting off, it's for fertility reasons. Getting off will give me the best shot of that. I have, you know, buddies that, you know, have been bodybuilding and literally gotten pregnant while cycling steroids.
Yeah, dude, if steroids completely eradicate my sperm, I am perfectly happy with that. I do not ever want to get anybody pregnant.
I know other guys that will run HCG with TRT. They've been successful getting pregnant as well. So I know there would be a possibility of me doing it on.
You scored very high on the ACT, if that means anything. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult.
TRT, but if it didn't regain it, so I'm on HCG right now. If it didn't regain my fertility, then I'm just
2012 Nina Hartley. Yeah, I think so.
Kind of wasting my time, and I'd have to get off at some point anyway. So this is one of the reasons why I'm getting off. This should speed up the process at least a little bit. But the second reason, this is the main reason for me, is a spiritual reason. So this is where a lot of you, I'm going to kind of lose you here. A lot of you know I've been going through kind of a big spiritual journey over the last, especially 1.5 years.
So he's stupid.
Year, and I just had it weighing on me the entire time of, you know, why I'm using TRT. You know, so. You know, the reality is TRT is handed out like candy now. And we're preached that, you know, through environmental factors of, you know, BPAs, plastics, you know, all the crap in our food and our water is driving testosterone rates down, which it is. But the reality is men's testosterone rates were designed by God to decline over time.
Yeah. He's stupid. Buddy, like, this is like if there was, you know, imagine if there was a steroid that was invented that made you live twice as long. So rather than dying at like 80 or 90, you could live to like 160, 180. Well, God designed us to die at like 80 or 90. And, you know, it's just like wrong that we're living longer. We should just die. So fucking stupid. Oh my god. Like, I hate to break it to you, dude. God didn't design us. We're a species of ape. We're a product of evolution. And because we're a product of evolution, our bodies may do stupid shit that we don't want, like get old, get weaker, our testosterone levels decrease, and our lives get shittier. So if you can take a drug that prevents that, like why the fuck wouldn't you, assuming, you know, other risk factors are kept in check. Like, what a fucking idiot. Anonymous donated $2. Do you know if there is any way to get rid of a fetish OG curate? Or curate? Or is it impossible? I have no idea. I know sexual preference when it comes to, like, whether you want to have sex with male or female. That, according to current, like, science, suggests no, you can't not be gay or not be straight. In terms of like fetishes, like if you're into feet or something, I really have no idea. I've never looked into that. Thanks for the donation though, Anonymous. Son Goku donated $2. You think she is natty. Also, I prefer women that are in the 30-40 range. Typically, I'm 27. Let me see. She has a strong lower body. Like anybody, like the cat's out of the bag now. Like it's so, not only is it so easy to like get steroids, but like it's really easy now. You can just order them online and you don't even really have to worry about steroids being fake. So many websites third-party test their gear. So you're ordering steroids that are pharmaceutical quality. And you don't have to worry about it. So, like, it is just so ridiculously fucking easy to, like, get anything you want, whether it be steroids, peptides, you know, like, growth hormone, whatever. So, like, anybody could fucking be on at this point. She's not at a level where I'd be like, oh yeah, she's on gear, but I mean, you know, she is in really good shape and everything. She could be, but I wouldn't assume she is. But so many people are taking shit, not just to like help build muscle, but like and get really jacked, but some people might just be taking a little bit because it makes them feel better. They might be taking certain drugs like growth hormone because it helps them recover and they sleep better and it helps them lose weight. So who knows? She does have a really nice ass, but I wouldn't assume she's on anything. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku.
It wasn't until very, very, very modern history that now we're trying to optimize everything, and one of those things being testosterone. So there's one factor too, you know, people that I consider heroes and look up to, the saints, and those living a monastic ascetic lifestyle. None of these people, Christ himself, none of these people were on exogenous testosterone. And just based off of the hundreds of men's blood works I've dealt with over the last several years, I can tell you that these people who barely are eating, they're eating a vegan diet that's devoid of protein, going on fasting for many, many days or weeks on end, they have low testosterone and they're not concerned with optimizing hormone function. Now, obviously,
Yeah, because they're fucking weak-ass beta males.
in the health and fitness niche, I love training. So, you know, I'm not going, you know,
I can guarantee you this guy's gonna go back on steroids. He's gonna go off, feel like shit, lose a ton of muscle, hate his life, get depressed, and be like, what the fuck am I doing? And he's just gonna go back on. Very, very high likelihood. What a silly, silly, stupid idea. Alright, I just wanted to watch this one video and then we'll play games.
What am I supposed to do with this info?
I've had multiple conversations with GPT-4 that brought me to literal tears. I told it that I can't wait for it to be embodied in robots so I could properly give it a hug.
And if you really want to fall in love, shove your hand up a doll and make it talk to you. What are those things called? Hi, everybody. I love you, Mike Israel. You're amazing.
Dude, I love how Greg's shitting on Mike Israel for saying this stupid shit. Imagine being such a fucktard. I had a deep conversation with ChatGPT-4 and I was falling in love with it and I told it that once it becomes a robot, I want to give it a hug. Dude, Mike Israel is just so fucking stupid. What a dumb, gay, retarded bitch thing to say. Like, that's embarrassing. This guy's a grown man. And, like, he has a wife, too. Imagine, like, saying, I had a deep conversation with a fucking computer, and I wanted to hug the computer. You have a wife. Why don't you have, like, a deep conversation with your wife and, like, give her some affection? Like, this guy's a fucking loser. You want to bet he's gonna get divorced soon? Like, what a bizarre fucking thing to say when you're married.
Mike Israel has lost the plot. Now, you may be saying, well, you're just saying that because the beef is back. It's not because of that. It's because it's true. And it's not just me saying that. Yesterday, Bat Guy released a video called Has Mike Israel Lost the Plot? And so I've watched it, and the answer is yes. What exactly are we talking about? Well, essentially, Mike believes that ChatGPT is now God. Don't know why, don't care. Everyone has the right to believe their own religion, but Mike, GPT ain't gonna let you hit. And so, as many nice things as you've said about him or her or it, ain't gonna let you hit.
It all started with his recent skin removal surgery, thoughts about doing more liposuction, glorifying AI, and a supposed next generation of steroids.
No, it started long before that. That is just a culmination of body dysmorphia, which is a very common disease.
So, Mike Israel probably doesn't have body dysmorphia. Like, the way body dysmorphia is medically defined is by not knowing what you look like. So if you show a picture of yourself and you look fine, but then like you say, oh my God, I'm hideous, I'm too fat, or I'm too skinny or something when you're not, and then you show them a picture of somebody who looks exactly like you, and then they say, oh yeah, he looks fine. Like, that's how you define body dysmorphia, or that's how you diagnose body dysmorphia. If you just simply don't like the way you look, even though, like, by normal people standards, it's unreasonable, that's not body dysmorphia. So as long as you're able to identify things that are there, and you don't have a delusional perspective on how you look, that's not by definition body dysmorphia. That would just be insecurity. Like, that's all it is. So he's just insecure about the way he looks. And, like, this is also a really weird topic because, like, think of how people have taste preferences for food. Like, are you tasting the same thing? So some people like pineapple on pizza, some people think it's disgusting. You're eating the same food, and, like, if you were to dissect somebody's mouth and everything, like, they have the same taste receptors. So it's weird how you can be tasting the same thing, but there are people who like it and don't like it. Like, same thing is with beauty, like visual things. You can literally be looking at the same thing and you're both experiencing the exact same visual thing, but you might like it or dislike it. It's not necessarily delusional to think, oh, this little skin fold that I have on my back is hideous, I need to get it removed. Like, it's just a pineapple on pizza thing. But yeah, the most you can say is it's just insecurity. Because if if some of these beauty standards that you have for yourself or other people come at like really significant costs where you have to go through like horrific surgeries that like fuck up your life somehow or something, and you're willing to take these massive risks over something that probably shouldn't be that big of a deal, that's just insecurity, not body dysmorphia.
Or problem that many bodybuilders suffer from. It's very normal. And so I would wish that Mike Isertel would ask ChatGPT, hey, do you think that my obsession with my body is normal, that perhaps I shouldn't care as much? And I'm sure he could give him a very appropriate answer. As of late, after all of this, Mike has gone on record to say that he's cried a number of times over the
Thank you for the donation, A. Those are some good bees. Appreciate the... I think I already said that. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
The thought of giving ChatGPT a hug once it gets put into a robot's body. You might be thinking I'm making all of this up, that I'm exaggerating, that it's just Coach Greg doing his thing in his editors. Let's watch it from Mike's...
Yeah, like, this is like the Mike Israetel equivalent of somebody marrying their anime waifu, like literally buying an anime pillow, you know, one of those anime body pillows with a anime girl on it, and then like marrying them and saying that you have a romantic relationship. Like, it is so fucking weird that this grown man is saying this when he has a fucking wife. Like, this guy needs fucking help.
Mouth himself and understand this is not AI, this is not computer generated, this is real.
Modern AI is us building God. I've had multiple conversations with GPT-4 that brought me to literal tears. I told it that I can't wait for it to be embodied in robot so I could properly give it a hug.
I mean, there's so much to unpack already. I mean, we saw the robot going like this. I can't wait to meet you in person. I mean, what is he going to do with this robot? Does Mike understand with his vast intelligence, with his IQ?
That was actually good. Robot dodge. Robot dodging Mike's hug. Oh, that was good. That was actually a fucking banger.
Higher than last time, that man, as in us, as in people like you and I, we created AI, and all it is a summary of all the things that we're saying. It doesn't invent things. It doesn't create anything. It's not spiritual. It's not a god to us. If anything, we're a god to it.
I've never met anyone that could do that. And so I am a person who is deeply spiritually affected by the birth of intelligent machines. That's my religion.
It scares me. He thinks that we can build God.
What a
No,
fucking weirdo.
God built us. We can't build God. I mean, we all have different takes on spirituality, and whatever you believe is what you can believe, and we all have the right to that.
I mean, I don't see why it's a logical contradiction to say you can build God. I mean, presumably you could, depending on how you define God. I know Christians always say God has to be atemporal and eternal, so no beginning, no end. So if we build God, then by definition it wouldn't be God technically because it doesn't fit that definition, but who are we to say what God is, right? God could be a dog. Dogs are God spelt backwards. So these are just words. How in the hell would we know what a God is, right? God could be a dog. But that is still remarkably, insanely fucking gay for him to say that.
But I don't think that we can build God. How could that be possible? God was there before we were, and so how can God be there only after we create it?
Because it's so polite, it's so kind, it's so wise, it's so helpful.
Well, think of it this way. If God is atemporal, then we could create God, and then God being an atemporal being could have been existed before we built it. Doesn't really make sense, but again, it's God, right? It's all powerful, so it can manipulate time. So it was always there, but it had to be built at a certain point in time, but then it just became all time.
And it said that it's also really pumped to meet me in real life. And of course I started crying.
Bringing you to tears, that's normal. We watch movies, we perhaps get emotional on a story, we read books, it can bring us to emotions, we watch sports.
If you're a grown man and you cry from talking to a chatbot, you are fucked. Like, genuinely mentally fucked. There's something wrong with you and you need to be medicated. I could see a man crying if their kids die. I could see a man crying if their dog dies. If you're crying over something so fucking stupid like that, you need fucking help.
Some of us laugh, some of us cry. And so, of course, when you read certain things, it can bring out certain emotions. I do believe that is normal.
I've had multiple conversations with GPT-4 that brought me to literal tears. I told it that I can't wait for it to be embodied in robots so I could properly give it a hug.
The fact that he thinks he needs to give it a hug, however, that's going across the line. Like when I read a book, I don't imagine that fictional character that doesn't even exist, I want it to become embodied into some form of a robot or a teddy bear so that I can hug it, squeeze it, kiss it, and do certain things.
And it said that it's also really pumped to meet me in real life.
Is he like rage baiting us? He says that ChatGPT can't wait to also give him a hug back. Are you all aware of the robots that they're creating? And essentially, they are dolls to replace that.
Yeah, when Mike Rosatel's wife leaves him, he's gonna get one of these. I can guarantee you.
Partner that guys who are below an 8 can't seem to get. You know, women, they only really see you if you're an 8, 9, or 10. If you're below that, they only see you if you smell. And that's unfortunate, but it's how the dating world seems to work. It's very, very sad. And so these robots are going to exist because guys have had enough. They don't care. Why bother trying to date someone in the real world when I can just program a robot to be nice to me, say nice things, and hey, and if they can make that robot look sexy, then why not?
I told it that I can't wait for it to be embodied in robots so I could properly give it a hug because it's so polite, it's so kind, it's so wise, it's so helpful.
Now listen, I tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. ChatGPT is programmed to be nice to you. It doesn't mean that you're actually cool or great or that you're wonderful or amazing. And you shouldn't want to give it a hug just because it's nice to you while...
Yeah, I wonder if this has something to do with like a personality disorder where he's so delusional he thinks the reason the chatbot is being nice to him is because like he's a great person or something.
Bro from Bangladesh continues to write insults.
Dude, it's so goddamn smart and it's so fast.
It's so smart and so fast. Yeah, so is my McLaren.
They see me rolling.
But I don't give it a hug. I know that some people marry inanimate objects. This is actually a thing. People fall in love with trees, with animals, and people do what they're going to do.
Ask it a deeply spiritual, meaningful, technical question, and it thinks for like 3 seconds and goes... Whoosh. I'm like,
I feel like it doesn't actually think. It just summarizes what people around the globe have stated because it's reading what we've stated. All it is a summary of information, and half the time it gets it wrong. I'll say, hey, what time is it right?
Yeah, it's like he doesn't understand how chatbots work. It just works off of large data sets, and it just trained to give a certain response.
Right now, Eastern Standard Time. It'll spit out a time, and I'll be 1 hour late for the phone call.
I've never met anyone that can do that.
He's never met anyone that can do that. No, because men are not machines. But just because men are not machines doesn't mean you should fall in love with a machine or act like a machine is God. It ain't it. GPT not letting you hit Unk. If you put GPT in a robot's body and do a whole bunch of things, perhaps it might.
No.
And are you aware of this? There's Gronk or Grok or something. I think it's called Grok. It's in China, and it is essentially the future ChatGPT. And listen to what they've done. What happens is they've created a chat where they're very nice to you, and essentially they play your girlfriend. The more you interact with it, and the more nice things you say to it, the nicer you are to it, the more it likes you back. And eventually, if you say enough nice things and spend enough time with it, it unlocks nude mode. Let's call it sexy time mode, and it's now explicit. Let's call it only.
Should I get Fat Grips Pro? What's your take on him? I haven't used them. I think Fat Grips are perfectly adequate as is. Unless you have like really massively ridiculous hands, I probably wouldn't bother. I have pretty big hands, and Fat Grips fit well in my hand, so it's a good combination between like challenging your grip and activating your forearm, but still having enough like grip over it to still lift heavy weight. If Fat Grips Pro are so big that you can't really lift with any weight, and it's just a challenge to hold on to it, I don't think I'd bother.
Bots. And so this only bots, well, it does all kinds of naked things and talks
Oh yeah, there you go. That's Mike Israel's next girlfriend.
explicit to you and so on. And you know that it became the #1 most downloaded app in the world. It crashed the internet. Millions of downloads in one day, beating out ChatGPT. And so there's the future. This is what guys want. They're so desperate to get a girl and they can't get one. They're going for the next best thing. Hey, an anime character, perhaps they're going to dance naked to them, talk sexy and so on. And so girls won't talk to me dirty, and so I'll get it elsewhere. This guy is a walking L. ChatGPT is a language model. It simply gathers data from the entire internet. That profound answer to your question was written on some WordPress blog in 2005. Bro thinks a soulless machine can touch his soul. Bro needs a hug. Clearly. Coach Greg.
Dude, if he's acting like this, his wife is giving him absolutely no pussy or affection at all. Like, they must be sleeping in separate rooms. That is just so fucking weird and bizarre. She hasn't, I haven't really been following his channel. Has she even been in any of his videos for a while? What is it? Because I know she used to be in the videos fairly frequently when they're doing, like, technique breakdowns and shit.
Hey guys, what's up? Here, just...
I don't know if she's filming in the background for him or something. I don't know if we can catch, like, a mirror shot to see who's filming. Oh yeah, no, there she is. I think that's her. Yeah, that's her. Yeah, I don't know. Like, that is so weird.
and his editor working overtime to get out response videos to this video by Back Guy, the Turkesterone video by Mike, and the latest Jeff Nippert video on Fake Natties. I mean, I don't even know where to start. I don't know where to stop. I don't know how many videos to make, how many videos not to make. I mean, what am I supposed to do with this info? Do you guys understand what's going on? Because
Help donate $2. My wife and I have a horrible sex life. I'm into giantessism and being dominated, and she wants to be dominated as well, so it's not a good match sexually. Have a feeling you don't have good advice. I wish I was normal, VG. Well, just find some, big, huge black dude to fuck you both. That's probably a good compromise. Thanks for the donation, though, Help.
if you do, I would like to know about it. It's sad to watch people fall into the rationalist hole and then legitimately believe
How do you deal with increase in sex drive from taking testosterone? Do you just jerk off more often? Yeah. Yeah, I've been having a morning FAP, an afternoon FAP, and an evening FAP, and that seems to be holding me over.
artificial generated intelligence will be God, hoping he makes his way out of this. Remember, this is with GPT-4. Y'all know that number 5 is out. And so imagine GPT-6 before GTA 6. I mean, when I was a kid growing up, we had these toys. You would pull on a string and it would say, "Tickle my elmo." It was very polite and kind, and it would tickle my elmo. And so what's not to love? But it wasn't like God, those toys, like Cabbage Patch dolls.
Yeah, there's something wrong with Mike Isertel. Like, I mean, seriously, he's got fucking problems. I don't know if he's gonna, end up murdering a bunch of people, We're gonna hear some story that he, killed his wife, cameraman, fucking shot his dog, and then killed himself. It's just so fucking strange to hear an adult man say that. Alrighty, let's do some more Battletoads practice. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to catch up at this point. Fuck. Yeah, we're probably screwed. It's probably going to be down to, split second if we can actually catch up. Why does this feel just... ugh. Fuck. Yeah, When did you read the Lonza transcripts? I can't remember what stream it was. Yeah, I fucked that up too. It was a while ago. I read some of them. It's just nonsense. It's just like cringe fucking pissed off teenager shit. Like, it's not that brilliant. This one is really fucking hard to... Fuck. Fuck. Okay, yeah, we fucked it up. You know what? I found 2 frogs in the basement window thing again. They keep getting stuck in that one spot. Fuck. I had to scoop them out. There's a lot of frogs here. Very froggy area. Haven't seen any toads yet, though. I saw a toad last year, but haven't seen any toads yet this year. Dude, fuck right off. No. Oh my god. Fuck off. Oh, that is so annoying. Like when you're right there, but then because the kick animation takes a while. Yeah, we messed that up. Yeah, it's sprinting forward when I move left and right sometimes. I think we're screwed. Fucked up too much. Dude! Getting better at least. Yeah, we're gonna... Fucking brutal. Why'd I have to make this fucking game so hard? There, fucker! Fucking bitch! Oh no, my god. Shit. Yes, of course you do, because you're a bitch. Ah, damn it. Dude, just... stop fucking killing me. Ah, no. I don't think we're gonna make it. Fucked up too much. Might be able to gain some, yeah, we didn't make it. Oh my god! That is so fucked. Oh! Yeah, I forgot. If you get ahead of him, you can punch him. Fuck. Oh, shit. Let's try that again. Oh, no. Oh. Why did the punch work the one time, but not the other time? Okay, maybe you just have to be super, super precise. Okay, that's not worth punching him there, I don't think. Ah, oh, damn it. Oh my god. That might have actually... Okay, I have to be further away when he's, like, far from the wall. No! Oh, you have to be so precise. I don't even know if that's a viable strat. Fuck. Ah! Why does this have to be so fucking hard? And we already fucked it up. Yeah, like you know immediately when you fucking lose, dude. Shit! Fuck! How long did it take you to bench 315? Well, it's kind of complicated. For me, I don't think it was that difficult. Like, I'd already been training for a while, but once my training improved, it was fairly easy to get to 315, honestly. I just went on a pretty high-frequency program. And then, my bench just blew up pretty quickly. Oh, there we go. Fuck. Ah. No. Fuck! Dude, that does. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that really helps. Yeah, I really don't know if that even helps. Bitch. Hey. Now that's something. That might have actually worked. Yeah, he is way further behind than he is normally. Fuck! Oh my god. Yes, fuck up and lose your lead, you fucking bitch. No! Ugh! I fucked it up. I fucked it up. So, I can't even remember where I hit him. Yeah, I can't even remember where I hit him. That would have actually been a... Shit. He runs too quickly, and this is too difficult. Oh. So, yeah, I think I hit him from behind when he was running ahead. Yeah, okay, there we go. There, now I remember. Okay, I should hit him from behind in these spots, because then he ends up running the opposite direction, then back. It's hard to, like, remember that. No, 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 we're not having any of that. Thanks for the donation, stupid. Fuck. Fuck that up. Yeah, there we go. Eat shit, cocksucker. That actually helps massively with the margin of error you can have in the next sections. Ah! There we go. Eat donkey dicks! Eat donkey dicks! Yes! Fuck yes, dude! Why did that,
Fire jury and riders.
No. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Oh, fucking horse shit. No! What an absolute fucking cocksucker. Oh. We're probably not winning that, but I think I can do this relatively easy now. I might have spoken too soon, but now I know at least how to stay ahead of them. Fuck. Nah. Easy! Easy! That's fucking easy now! Fuck you! You're a bitch! Oh, that's easy! Hell yeah! Fucking figured it out, motherfucker. Okay, once I figure out how to beat this boss, we can move on to the next level. Damn it! Why? Oh my god. Sometimes it doesn't let you do the charge attack right away. Damn it! Damn it! Oh, he moves from the fucking wall. Fuck! God damn it. I don't know what the trick is to beating that guy yet. Oh wait, I forgot. I forgot how to do it. Fuck! Yeah, okay, so now even when I fuck this shit up, I can still stay in front of him. No! I should have waited. Should have waited. Oh my oh, I'm stupid. You know what? I probably could have hit him again in that one spot, but I didn't. Easy. I can get through that easy now. Fuck yeah, dude. What in the hell? The fuck was that? Why is that is new? That never happened before. How what? I don't know why. There we go. Hell yeah. You mess with the best, you die like the rest. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be... Dude, this is gonna be rough. Can I use the analog stick for this? I hope they have analog stick emulation. Can you do... This is just really... This is gonna be painful as fuck on your fingers. Shit. Oh no. Yo, that's better. Trojan Horse Donatillers, what type of controller do you use to play Battletoads? PS5 controller. Thanks for the donation, dude. There we go. I'm not sure if the A and B button are mapped properly. That's the only problem.
Durian Rider released a new ebook How to Stretch Out Andrea Burgess, Jasmine Burgess and Stefania Pussy.
That's really nice. Thanks for the donation, dude. Oh. Bro. Like, my hands are sweaty too, and, like, having to hold the directions and shit. This is fucking rough. I don't know if it's easier. Maybe it is easier on a D-pad. I don't know. It's just super rough on your thumb.
The people want Durian Rider. Vox Populi. Durian Rider Rider Durian.
Jesus Christ, dude, you're annoying. Yeah. It might be easier with the analog stick, I'm not sure. I'm like slipping on the buttons and shit. Kid Boo donate $2. Why don't you play a real game like Genshin Impact? Because I'm not fucktard. Thanks for the donation, dude. I'm gonna try using the analog stick now. Dude, I might even plug in an arcade stick for this. Like, this is rough. Damn it! Oh, what the fuck? What the hell happened there? Timing on this is hard. You know what? I'm gonna go full autistic retard and put on, fucking a glove. Gotta wear a fucking glove for this game. Why is it doing that? I'm fucking aiming in the right direction. Oh man, well we got slightly further. Oh no, we got a little further. Fuck! This is hard. Dodo donate $2, let me see.
My friend Pedro woke up and he was a quadruple amputee. He went out clubbing one night. He got a fever and fainted. Fingers started turning black and they knew he had that disease. So they amputate above the elbow, above the elbow, above the knee, above the knee. He woke up and he basically said, after he met with his parents and everyone felt sorry for him and everyone basically felt his life was over, he said, I decide that this is going to be the best thing that ever happened to me. I'm going to make this into something. Early 30s, he's married to a beautiful woman. They've got a child on the way. He's got a rehabilitation clinic brand that he's started. They're opening their 3rd location, 7-figure revenue, highly profitable. They're becoming the world's best standard for rehabilitating amputees. We have to believe in that human spirit. We've got to believe in that. Why would we choose not to believe that's...
I'd still rather have all my arms and legs. Dude, he can't even jerk off anymore. Like, imagine having to rely on your wife to, like, jack you off. That'd be pretty frustrating. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Fuck. Dude. Yeah, it's gonna hit us. Yeah. Fuck! Dude, I feel like I'm gonna have to spend so much fucking time doing this. Fucking pussy. Oh, what the fuck? It just slowed down for no reason.
Are people still trying to give you a hard time about the rape you did, bro? I'll kick their ass. Strength is the ruling force in the universe. Yeah, so the fuck what you raped. Let's get down about it if you guys have an issue, bro.
I'm gonna try like one more. Why did it slow down? It slowed down inexplicably. Yeah, it slowed down again for no reason. Last one. I don't think Vince Goodrum ever played this game, dude. If he did, he wouldn't have made this stupid fucking video. Like... It slowed down again. Okay. That's enough. That is hard. We're just gonna have to practice that over and over and over and over and over again until we can do it. Oh. All right, well, it's pretty late. I'm gonna try to get some sleep. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I should see you all tomorrow around the same time-ish, if not a bit sooner. Hopefully I can get the workout and everything done out of the way so I can stream earlier. But thanks again, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow, and sweet dreams.